see if it works. Oh, is it working? It's connecting. I can feel the steam coming off it. The steam coming off the YouTube server. The steam coming off the Twitch server. Hello, everyone. So, hopefully if I press this, hopefully you can now see this, which is the combined chat. Now, for some reason it doesn't scale very well. Don't ask me why, so it looks absolutely massive. But it's the combined chat for both Twitch and YouTube. I'm going to keep working on it, but this is the first time I managed to get it actually display properly and run. So at the moment, I'm leaving it where it is. It's taken me a good, I don't want to say how long to play around it. Thankfully, today we are joined by our Lady of Code, Runon. We are joined by Dr. Dan. And we'll be joined by Boop, who has now said we're allowed to call him Boop because he had to ask me a favour earlier. Because he's going to be streaming at the same time because he promised to do a British UAD stream. That's Ultimate Adult Dreadnought stream today. And he didn't get a chance before now. So he's going to be streaming a UAD stream while we're live and chatting. But the thing is, I have the questions up here. So if you want to see the questions and chat with us, it's going to be on here. But if you want to see Boop managing to muck up being the Royal Navy in Ultimate Adult Dreadnoughts, you can wander over to his channel. And why do I say muck it up? Because, yeah, he's fun. He's fun when it comes to these things. Oh. Hello.
Ow.
So how is everyone? How are we all doing?
Bummer.
Is
everyone hearing us?
He did.
And as you can see,
All right,
the poodle
apologies
has
for the target user bug
yeah.
still being in existence. I did patch that.
I have
It just
updated the
didn't
patch.
go- It just didn't go out with the patch that I sent out. But timestamps might be working.
Yay! Oh. As you can see, the poodle is very happily here. The poodle had his birthday this week. And his birthday present has yet to arrive. So, currently, if you see him at all beating me up or various other things, that's because his birthday present is late because Amazon apparently ran out of them.
Amazon running out of something? Shock, horror, say it ain't so.
I'm not sure if dogs entirely understand about birthdays, do they? Also, given that there are supposed to be 6 or 7 dog years to a human year, doesn't that mean he should have one about every 2 months or so?
Well, he certainly believes he should.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
But this was his actual proper birthday, not his half or quarter birthdays.
Right. Wait.
Now, I will say
On
that for
birthdays?
this Bruships, I am going to be a little tight with the questions because good news, I got a new job. Bad news, I got fired last Monday from my last job. But the semi-bad news is that my new job now starts at 6 a.m. local. I'm not a morning person. My first alarm goes off at 04:30.
Oh.
So
The
I'm
poodle
gonna be
is
a little
currently
tight with questions in today.
the poodle is currently offering his brother to come and wake you up. Because the corgi likes to wake up about 0400 hours.
Oh boy.
And the corgi has no...
How does a dog start at 6 in the morning? That's not a time... Actually, no, to be fair, that is when I did my elective in the States, that was when the day shift started. They did 6 a.m. till 6 p.m. or 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. Just horrendous.
Yeah, that is. That's a stomping 12-hour shift. That is.
Well,
That's a proper.
That's a
good
shift
news
in a
is
hospital in the US, isn't it?
Yeah, that was in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Shreveport.
No,
Pitt.
I don't think he
I've been
misspoke.
there. I've been there. It is home to the B-52s basically. As in the big buffs. They're based at the
What we
other
tend
side
to
of the
call
river.
the big, ugly, fat frigates on this channel.
Yes, they're very big frigates, like HMS Warrior and some of the other very large frigates.
They probably would be classified as frigates if they last long enough into the Star Trek universe, because we all know they're going to turn up. It's like the FV 432, 4312? No, 432, 43 what? 431?
Yeah, 432, yeah.
Yeah, 432. You know, that thing, you know, you'll see that. The fact it hasn't been invisible in Star Trek always amazes me, but it's there.
What do you think the shuttlecraft are?
Oh Lord, I hope they haven't updated those things with that. Oh God, Lord, that explains so much about the shuttlecraft.
Some of the shuttlecraft, if you go right down into them, will probably have a serial number of an FV 432.
Yeah,
somewhere in them.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, the B-52 will be receiving its NCC designations and things. Do not defile the sanctity of Star Trek with the warp-capable B-52Z. It's not the B-52Z. It's they got
B-52ZZ by that point.
No, I think they don't change that off. I think it was the B-52W that first got warp drives. The X then got the warp 5 capable ones.
Oh.
I've discovered that you can find a lot of the songs from the musical episode of Star Trek online on YouTube, and I've been interspersing things with my various other video watching, the songs from that, which
I think the questions
actually
have
really
been
good.
closed, so I need to do.
Yes, I have those questions. Sorry, guys, that's my fault.
So,
I will reestablish.
Your hubris.
The software linkages. Yes, linkages.
Linkages.
And OBS. To make that banner change with the questions.
Yay. Michael Cooch.
Apologies.
No worries.
Back pocket your questions until we reopen. The queue has 27.
Yay.
Well, we're off for a good start.
We are.
Doc, can you go in there and...
one question we have to ask Boop first. How are you bankrupt yet?
What do you mean?
Well, you're starting as Britain in UAD, aren't you?
No. Sunday streaming is Hearts-of-Iron 4.
Hearts-of-Iron 4. Oh, again, are you bankrupt yet?
Starting in 1936, first order of business, leave the naval treaties.
Good man.
And then not lay down the KGBs. But I'll try not to reference the game as I'm going on because it's
Nicole Ross, we are now officially A, in awe of you, and B, think people are trying to kill you. Her residency was apparently 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. 5 days a week. Saturday 6 a.m. till 5 p.m. Sunday 6 a.m. till 3 p.m.
Yeah, that tracks for the American medical system.
Yeah, that's about right.
Well, assuming you are American, of course, but you know.
Yeah, this is why since about the 1990s there have been various layers of laws about working hours in the UK.
Yes, but that's because you people have these communist things called workers' rights and protections.
Also, our constituencies are just small enough that the members of Parliament can be found in person quite
Yes.
easily and
Yeah.
complained at.
And just for context to our non-American viewers, I moved almost 100 miles. I still have the same federal representative.
Yeah.
Now, part of
I
that
will-
is due to gerrymandering, but
Yeah.
also I still have the same federal representative, and I moved almost 100 miles away.
Yeah.
And we're not talking senator, I take it.
So
No, we're
this-
talking representative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Michael Cooch, last year you said you hoped the Shipshape Australia Baccaraords would ship around December. Any update on likely shipping date? Some of them have seemed to have shipped. Not all of them seem to have got where they're supposed to go. So we're working on that, let's say. Any time scale on the Trafalgar game? We're working on venue. We've got a good lead. We're talking it out. We're going to work out where we can fit round diaries.
Trafalgar game. Ooh, Column treat.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
expected to come to that. But nicest way, you're coming to that, and probably I'm going to see if I can get Kate Jameson there as well to umpire us.
You,
There's
you
a
will
lot
of-
also be
Maybe
There's
a
a
couple
lot
others.
of things.
No.
There's a lot of things I am seemingly now expected to come to.
Doc,
Yes.
no. I just followed Jameson on Blue Sky, and if I see a post that says, "Yes, my car caught on fire with my grandma and my dog in it," on the day that you're supposed to go and record this, I might cry.
She's lovely and she's very brave. The fact that her
She's
life every
very
time she
brave.
was supposed to come on bilge pumps went to absolute anything, we'll leave to one side.
And of course, her luck didn't change when she tried to come on my show either. Unfortunately, seems like the curse follows her wherever she goes.
Maybe the
Same,
curse
same thing happened to
follows
with
Clarke,
cruise ships.
where he goes.
Yeah.
The problem
Oh.
is that, it of
Hey,
course,
I'm gonna-
denied us the meeting of Foxo and Kate Jameson. That would have been glorious if they had met.
We are going to try and arrange this soon. We are going to try and arrange this again soon.
Oh my god!
Although,
that's gonna be
actually, the thing
funny.
is, we seem to be successful when we arrange to meet in person, and it's when we try and do stuff digitally online that things go wrong.
Well,
So,
There's a difference to that, and it's called I think about equidistant for quite a lot of us and you, and near to her is the Yeovilton.
yeah.
Okay. But if it's any consolation, Michael Couch, I have not received my coin either. So you are not alone.
I've heard from some in the UK have received their coins. One person in America seems to have received their coin, but others haven't. So I
just saw
have
something.
no idea what's going on with the various systems of parcel movement.
Somebody said something with the track. Oh, Jonathan over on Twitch says that they asked Drac, and that he said that he's rate limited by his local post office.
Has he maxed out his post office account again for every month?
The verbiage that Jonathan has used is due to his local post office not accepting volumes.
Yeah.
that's unfortunate.
This could be what's causing the trouble. He has maxed out again his post office. He is the only person I know who is sometimes getting to the point of, right then, if you go any higher as a normal person, you have to start getting your own franking machine and various other things.
Yeah.
Basically, he's turning into he's almost it's almost level that he's got to start paying for a commercial relationship with the post office in the UK.
You call it a
Oh
frank?
yeah.
Yes, it's when you frank your own stamps.
But you call it franking?
Yeah.
What? I've never heard of this. This is a new one on me.
Yeah. It's a
Franking
franking machine.
French.
Yeah.
Then again, I'm not familiar with postal terms, so that's not surprising.
Well, it's when you get the kind of, instead of a stamp, you get the kind of automated zip through barcode type thing on the mail. This is my ex, addressed to my ex, but which I need to pop forward, but
Yeah,
that sort of thing.
Yeah, but John,
So you could,
that's Dutch.
yeah,
So,
yeah. So organisations will have their own ones because I've worked in at least one postrum when I was a student
yeah.
and stuff. Yeah. So it's just the way that you pay for, and you kind of pay as you pass the things through. Yeah.
all right.
Although it doesn't work with large packages, but you can print your own labels for those.
Dr. Clarke.
But even then, you can
If
still
you-
max things out.
if
Yeah,
you
I
could,
suspect it may be like frank pledge and things. I'm not sure.
Mm.
Franking. It sounds very Germanic.
Hmm.
I think rather than frank.
I think-
Frank.
I think
Yeah,
we
it's frank. It's frank rather than franc. Yeah.
Yeah, we imported it from the Germans because we'd always done by stamps, and then when they set it up, set up the machines. The machines the first were brought in from the UK were machines which came from Germany because they had it rather than stamps, I think, or something. There was some fun history of it. I remember once someone explaining it to me in detail and me going, interesting.
Dr. Clarke,
And it,
Yes, Bruno?
if you could do me a quick favor and go into your streamer bot, you're going to
Yes.
see two Q release actions, .10 and 1.0. Disable .10, please.
Okay.
And while he's working on that, I'll read off Matthew Blarian's question.
Ow!
What would the
Being
cold?
squashed by poodle. Oh.
Yeah,
You all right?
Oh.
Uh,
I am amused because I'm sorry.
what would the Cold War Royal Navy have looked like had the UK purchased strategic autonomy after the Suez Crisis? This is something I'm too American to understand. I'm going to go get more Iron Brew.
The problem you have with that as a concept is that this basically relies on a flawed view of what would have been the outcome of a successful Suez Crisis. It's not that the UK would have gotten strategic autonomy if the Suez Crisis had succeeded. It's just that the Suez Crisis would have succeeded. It doesn't gain the UK any more or less leeway than they already have.
No. The question is, what would the Cold War Royal Navy have looked like had the UK pursued strategic autonomy after Suez Crisis? If instead of going, okay, we are. So that's
We're
the
going to be the
question.
anti-submarine force of the North Atlantic.
Instead of going to be the ASW, if we'd gone, we'd have had to abandon things like the British Army of the Rhine and go full Navy, full Air Force. That would have literally had to be in our policy, with the army becoming a UK large. It's going to still have quite significant ground forces, but they're not going to be based in Germany. They're going to be based.
Yeah.
Oh, did you literally get me off my seat so you could lick the handle? Because you must have done it immediately, Pluff.
Yes. Yes.
Could you see them? Could you see the British going for a kind of Commonwealth Corps or something instead of the British Army of the Rhine? So putting in with the Canadians and maybe trying to pull the Aussies and people in.
The problem you've got with that, the Commonwealth.
The trouble is, are they
that...
going? The thing is, are the rest of the Commonwealth nations prepared to go in with that? And that's the thing.
Yeah, that's the thing.
There are.
Yeah.
You might well see. If it's going to sound strange, I could see it becoming a defence synergy whereby Britain, Australia, Canada, etc., buy from a common pool of equipment. Where the British government make it very heavily very heavy for them to actually, be part of the join up and sort of very in their favour to work within the British system. They'd still be competing with America for that, but there is a thing of America might not. It's going to depend on who's in power, what approach the Americans take on it, but it could well be the Americans go, do we treat Britain and France like they historically treated France during those years? Because if Britain's still technically a member of NATO, they're just strategically autonomous within NATO. Then they're annoying, but it's better they're in than out. If France,
Well,
France is let to be what France is, so, you know.
I think the thing is, fundamentally, France would actually have had things gone hot, France would have had a much harder time staying aloof
I mean, to
when
be
the
fair,
Germans rolled through the gap than the British would have done.
Thank you, Jay.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, France. It's important to remember that France didn't withdraw from NATO. All they did was withdraw from the joint strategic planning. Like that's an important thing to.
They did withdraw from NATO.
No, they did not. They withdrew from the strategic.
I'm gonna wedge in here and thank you, Jake Grant, for the 25 pounds over on YouTube.
Yeah,
Very good. But I'm fairly certain that I'm sure I've heard it. Like it's a common misconception that they fully withdrew from NATO, but they actually didn't. They withdrew from basically all the joint strategic planning, but they still intended to honour their alliance commitments should anything hit the fan.
Well, the thing was, they withdrew from, and I know there is a technical, people go, they technically didn't withdraw. They said they still honour their commitments, but they withdrew from all the integrated military command. They withdrew from all the various issues within it. In which case, they were de facto not part of the NATO forces. They weren't assisting in any of the NATO peacetime deterrence operations. And because of their pursuing of independent logistics and independent systems, it did mean that, frankly, most people viewed them as logistically about as useful in a NATO war as well. Honestly, they were considered next to useless. Because as good as well trained as their forces were, they were not part of any of the joint logistics, any of the joint structures at all, so they'd have to be completely independently supporting their forces. So you can only deploy them, basically go, right, this is a French sector, you have to hold it yourself, and we can't send anyone else to assist you because they can't use your logistics, and you can't go and assist anyone else because you can't use their logistics.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a case of, whilst in name, you are right, they didn't. In fact, anyone who dealt with it basically meant they were... Yeah.
Oh, it didn't last too long, though, did it? They sort of slid back in the 70s.
Not really.
Gradually.
They
adopted standard NATO cartridges, didn't they?
No,
And the
not
same
really.
Really?
They managed to go for something which was theoretically similar to Naval cartridge, but was French measurements rather than NATO measurements.
Are you saying they weren't using stand mags?
I'm saying that their 7.62 was not everyone else's 7.62.
Did they at least get in line for 5.56? I'm gonna take that as a no.
Oh.
It is the French 7 points. I can't remember how to do numbers in French.
Look,
7.6. It is bespoke and it is beautiful and it is handmade and needs to be appreciated. And you open the ammo crate and you have to let it breathe for at least half an hour before you can use the ammunition. Yeah.
It's
So,
all fun.
but yeah, if Britain chooses to pursue more strategic autonomy, that's going to be a bit of a problem and is not going to go over well with some of the rest of NATO, because despite what people think, the British Army of the Rhine was actually a very valued part of the deterrence force in West Germany.
Yeah, it was, but the thing is, if the British are basically pursuing that, then strategic autonomy means you don't want to be basing your such forces in Germany, because then they are dependent upon the Germans. So that's part of the reason you draw, and you start pushing. To be honest, what becomes the de facto operation is that the Americans might be forced into a scenario whereby they have to accept the British and the French carrier forces taking a far bigger lead in the North Atlantic and them redirecting funding to their army to have larger land forces in Germany.
What I would actually suspect is that you'd see a variation of that. I don't think you'd see a redirection of funding to the land forces because, to be blunt, the US just has to basically commit to sending those forces to Germany. Mm-hmm. They don't need to increase funding. What you're probably going to see is instead the British, not so much the French, but the British going, look, we'll watch China and the Russian Pacific Fleet for you. We'll have our carriers out east watching them, which means you can focus on dropping the hammer on the Russian Northern Fleet with your carriers and commit to keeping the sea lanes open.
Strategic autonomy doesn't mean we have to leave NATO. We could be like the French, but in many ways, it's almost easier for naval forces to join in than it is for them to think. So we could say, look, the North Atlantic Russians are ours. You go deal the rest of them elsewhere. We will deal. Our carriers will cover the North Atlantic fleet.
The problem is, even a strategically autonomous UK with more funding for the Navy is worryingly close to being a peer opponent for the Soviet Northern Fleet.
Oh, yeah.
It's not the crushing overmatch that is the United States Atlantic Forces.
Have you met the Royal Navy Submarine Service?
I have, and I am very familiar with what they may or may not be capable of. But again, I would also
no, you're
point
not,
out...
because none of us are, because they don't tell us.
Hellbreak. Oh, good. Okay, one thing. I'm going to comment on Hellbreak Loose's statement, and then I'm going to make a pet peeve comment that I have seen by some miscreant at USS Wisconsin. The fact that the FAL looks like it takes Stan mags, but doesn't. It infuriates me on multiple levels. But also, if anyone tells you that as soon as like the M16 and the M4 and that whole AR family platform came out and we got the standard mags in NATO, that they stopped issuing clips to people, they're wrong. They make things called stripper clips, and they are designed to explicitly work with Stan mags so you can reload them easier.
Oh.
So whoever decided to graffiti on one of the plaques at Wisconsin for one of the arms lockers, not only are you a meathead, you're also wrong.
And
every time I go there, I see that, and it annoys me.
Look, in the nicest way, me and Dan will have... Dan has the experience here of walking around with two people who also find this kind of thing incredibly annoying. Walking around various ships in Australia and Canada and the various parts of Scandinavia with us. How often do you have to push us away from these things, Dan?
What, the misinformation boards?
Yes.
Honestly, you're not as bad as going around with my late friend Joe, who had done his master's in museum studies and had wanted to work in museums, although ended up at the National Archives. That was more of a fun because he not only critiqued the information on the signs, but would also critique the design and layout of the signs in terms of the styles and the way they were presenting the information as being poor choices. Some of the slightly less well-visited bits of the British Museum, for instance, drew some ire for that. So, he could hit them with on both topics. Yeah. You and Drunk are nothing. Nothing on that.
Them's fighting words, son.
Oh. To be fair, we do tend to cover for each other as well, and to kind of try and push the other one moving out. Hell breaks loose. Yeah.
Should the replacement for the Skjold class Corvette be a surface effect craft or a conventional hull design? Looking at their wiki page, they're probably going to keep them as surface effect, ground effect craft, unless they radically change either their armament or their attack profiles.
The Skjold class, of course, are the Royal Norwegian Navy's vessels. They have been in commission since 1999. They are currently talking, I think, about their replacements. They're quite cool little ships, and I have to say we did love them when we saw some out in Norway. I would say the main problem I think for the Norwegians is
I need to
that
remind myself what they look.
the main problem they have at the moment is A, they don't have enough of them, and B, they're now upgrading them to have the things like not just naval strike missiles, but also various other systems added in. But the thing is, they're only upgrading 4 ships. They're upgrading them until 2030. They need to replace them. I think it's going to be a case of, I'd like a similar profile vessel, but they've also... There's only so much you can do in a hull, which is 274 tons. There's only so much you can do in that size hull, and I think they're probably going to have to push up to 350, 400 tons for what they're talking about for the next generation. And I'm not sure if you can keep the same speed going. I do know they can do in a calm sea up to 60 knots, or something over 60 knots. They are very,
Their
very
wiki
fast.
data says the wiki data says more than 60.
Yes.
And links to www.navaltechnology.com, which I don't think is a website I'm particularly familiar with, but never mind.
It's a good one. British battleships,
Yeah.
British dreadnoughts. If you want a good history of British battleship construction, British warship construction, there's a fairly good series. There's Norman Freeman's books, of course, but there's also things like the books by John Roberts, which I always highly recommend. This is the Second World War one, but there's also other ones as well. So basically, if you type John Roberts, usually that's one of my tricks I use, is sometimes, if I notice a good author on topic, I type their name into Amazon, or into the books, various online bookstores, and see what comes up. Right then, so... 1931. Would I be right to think that if you gave through technology the US industrial advantage to everyone, that the British pre-existing industrial supremacy raised to unassailable levels? Okay, so I think what you're saying is, if you give the American tech, and considering Britain, let's put this probably, I think, knowing your questions, we're talking about the World War One period, World War War Two period. So the British were probably about the second greatest, depending on the time we're talking exactly, the greatest to the second greatest in the world in terms of technological capacity. So you add in the Americans, who are either the second to the greatest, again, depending on the time in this exact period, because they're transitioning in this period over it. In the nicest way, if you look in World War One era, Britain is still ahead in industrial capacity for most World War One, and then it's sort of going and then after World War Two, it basically accelerates away. But you're talking the period where they're sort of keep overlapping, and depending on which particular area you're looking at, food production, the Americans are always way ahead of the Brits. But those sort of things. But it's always it's depending what you're talking about. If you add the American, therefore, onto the British, do you make it unassailable? Well, you've basically taken the two biggest ones and combined them into one.
Yeah.
That's kind of like if you take, if you give me the body of the young George Clooney, and I get to keep my mind, but I also get, some of the suaveness of James Bond chucked in again. You've made an unassailable creature which can just take over the world through charisma. It's just brilliant.
But it also isn't surprising to any. Yeah, but it also isn't surprising to anyone who was looking at that outcome from the outside. I would also just like to give a quick thing here. The thing with with Britain and America as we go through the 19th century and into the 20th is that Britain is ahead so long as it retains the advantage of concentrated industry and the empire. The reason the US starts to pull ahead in a rapid way is that it can get domestically from the vast wealth of the United States of America and the American continent what Britain has to get through its massive empire, which is always going to be less efficient than a concentrated industrial power with everything all on one continent supplied by a very robust railway network, with all of those states not seeing themselves as colonies, but as core parts of the United States of America, with everyone willing to give their all for it. This is the
Fleet
thing.
has been spending
And-
enough time with me. He knows he has to bring up infrastructure.
And
This is why the US pulls ahead. It's basically the real pull ahead area is about 1890 to 1920. That period where the US consolidates has
That isn't the
consolidated
pull ahead
everything.
area. That is not the pull ahead area. That's where they managed to consolidate everything. They don't actually manage to pull ahead really until they're in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. The reason is because whilst they have the raw ingredients set up then, it's actually getting those raw ingredients to work together. Because whilst you don't have states arguing with each other, you still have states arguing with each other. You've gotten to a level where they no longer argue the federal government, they still argue with each other like anything. And that causes trouble.
And as soon as Britain loses that the imperial market and the riches of empire, any hope of to be fair, any hope of competing was lost when the US basically went to the moon and just decided to go to the moon. And there was very little that the British could do to keep up. But the British were still like, okay, the US is going to the moon, but we can stay where we are. We can be second rank, like just behind the US. We're never going to match them anymore, but we can stay behind them. And then the Second World War happens, and the aftermath of the Second World War.
Nice way.
And
The Americans did not go to the moon in the 1920s and 30s. That's the 1960s.
He was talking metaphorically. Even
metaphorically, that didn't happen in the 20s and 30s. It was the Americans had the potential, but again, there's a reason they're building a huge amount of infrastructure in the 20s and 30s. It's because they still haven't built the infrastructure to support that and support that growth.
The problem that you've got is by the 1920s and 30s, that infrastructure is in place. All the main lines have been built. The canals are all extant. Heavy industry is in place. The problem is that the 20s and 30s is America going to the moon. Because the problem you've got is that in terms of GDP, and GDP per capita it isn't. But if you look at raw industrial output, steel, coal, iron, manufactured goods, America is just off in the.
Well, but that's the point where the US still has room for expansion, whereas the UK, especially as just the UK, it's kind of maxed out, and it ossified in the 20s and 30s to some extent. And so, whereas, and there wasn't particularly growth elsewhere in the empire, so it kind of was, I mean, if you're being polite, you might say it was resting on its laurels, but it wasn't doing it deliberately. It was kind of wallowing in its own filth.
Runon?
I suppose it was refusing to accept the realities of the situation would be the polite way to say it.
Again, when we're talking about empire in this period, again, you've got to remember the Canadian, the Australian economies, South African economies were all going through quite big booms in this period. Even Britain was doing a lot of recapitalisation of industry. One of the things often forgotten about Britain's industrial figures at this point was it took time for them to turn the factories back from armaments factories they turned them in World War One into other factories in World War Two and build up. And there is a lot of hubris and other issues going on, Georgy Zhukov and all these things, but you have to remember some of the problems you had going into the 20s and 30s. The British are still pretty much... Let me put it this way. The British are the world policemen in this period. Still. Very much.
Yeah. And that's the other thing which the Americans have got going for them is they don't have the big commitments to make anymore.
And
they don't have.
I would just like to say that while I am
also,
in full
Georgy,
agreement,
a nice way, China is in the middle of a war at that point in 1930. So 1920. So nice way, they're being invaded, fighting all sorts of stuff with Japan, internal civil wars, etc. The figures that are given for the Chinese GDP, not even the Chinese believe them in that period.
I would also point out that basically
Russia and the Soviet Union at this point, again, civil war, recovering from it, and again, there's all the problems going on.
force command economy, currency not meaning what it means in other countries. Like the Soviet GDP in this period is just magic at
Yeah.
this point.
Meaning this on international
And-
level
No, it's a
comparison?
case of one of the interesting things is that Britain still retains quite a lot of its power in the world and its real terms power, and being still the first among equals. You have to remember that one of the problems you have today is that people want to compare things to superpowers. And superpowers are very much a product of the post-World War II age of nuclear weapons, but also that level of infrastructure, that level of technology that can support that global reach. What we're talking about in the period prior to World War II, we're talking about global powers. Global powers were always more close together than superpowers were to superpowers are, etc. And that's it's a different scenario. So Britain, when we're talking about Britain being the leading power in the 1920s and 30s, they're the first amongst equals. They're not a superpower.
Yeah, it's the great powers.
And please don't. Yeah. There's no one saying they're a superpower here. They're first among equals because of their basing capabilities, because of the production capabilities they do have across the empire as well as in Britain, and because of the real size forces. It's a very different framework than what we deal with today. Yeah. And that's one of the troubles I get in this conversation is people automatically read the framework back today to the 1800s. The amount of times I see articles which say, Britain, the world's first superpower, and I go, good Lord, no, because that wasn't the situation at all. Britain was a global power first, probably. You can argue that. Yeah. Spain would try and claim it was.
I would also
we're talking a very different scenario.
Yeah, like for most of the colonial period and up to basically World War II, it's the Great Power period. Yeah, you have your first among equals, but a coalition of 2 to 3 of your rivals will topple you.
Yeah.
Whereas, like as happened with France in the Napoleonic Wars. But if you're talking about the post-war world, no coalition of the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Japan is going to topple either the Soviets or the US. It's just they are that far ahead. They have leapfrogged, both powers have leapfrogged that far ahead in terms of manpower, capital, military investment that they are no longer great powers. They are superpowers.
Possibly, maybe. Word in edgewise?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Another advantage that the U.S.
As our token American, you can have a word in edgeways.
Oh, token American. She's our excellent American.
When you're ready, I'll talk.
Excellent. Do it again. It was funny.
One other advantage that the U.S. has is that, unlike the U.K., anything it does not have in North America is probably in South America. And if it needs to get it, especially as you get closer to and past the 1940s, it doesn't have a lot of peers or local near peers on the Gulf of Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, some of the South American powers still have capital assets. How combat capable are those capital assets going to be against even a standard?
The only real concern for the US in terms of capital assets are the Rivadavias, and that's solely down to the fact that they stand even a chance of resisting 14-inch shell fire with their belt armor.
And some of those are on the Pacific coast, which is irrelevant for Gulf of Mexico travel.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things of once you start looking into it, you go again. The only major power who actually can compete with the Americans in South America, or rather, who the Americans have to compete with in South America, is the British, because they and the Americans have been enforcing the Monroe Doctrine for so long. And basically, the British have been using the Monroe Doctrine as the Monroe Doctrine is so fun for the British because basically the British go, you can't get involved because the Americans say you can't, and everyone turns around and go, but you're already involved. Yes, but we're already here.
Yeah, we're here. See, we called dibs, and the Americans.
We were just here trading, and then we have the global navy. It goes everywhere to go and say hello to people and remind them that if they don't be nice to the British flagged ships, their cities get shelled because their population mostly lives around the coast.
To be fair,
particularly the ruling bits.
as I was talking about with Japan the other day and with Togo Hayachiro, his first wartime service was again when the British were were in the was in the conflict between the Anglo-Satsuma conflict, when a British merchant was killed by some local nobles, probably because he managed to muck up and get it wrong. Please note, I'm not sitting here defending that particular merchant. He does seem to have been a bit of a twit. But it's a case of how do I put this? The British actually, level the city because they're not. The reason they level the city, is it because they're upset at a merchant? No, it's because they demanded reparations. Reparations were agreed. The reparations weren't paid on time. The Royal Navy turned up like any good debt collector did and leveled the city.
Okay, I'm going to knock this one on the head because we've been chewing on it for 15 minutes.
What is the most insane invention or idea you found in the archives that you can talk about?
Most insane one that I've seen somebody else find in the archives was the United States Army classified anti-tank rock.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, anti-tank rock.
Yes. And it was classified secret, too.
Look, don't take
was
it from
it just a massive boulder?
No, it was actually a boulder, a rock the size of a human head.
And what in particular made it anti-tank?
You were supposed to throw it in the tank treads to cause the tank to throw track. Chieftain's got a video on it. Well, he has a video that touches on it.
Yeah. Anti-tank rock.
Yes. And we classified it too.
Royal Navy anti-tank, anti-missile rock.
Yes, but that was a mountain.
It's just a question of scale.
Oh, that's very funny. That's...
I think the fact that you guys are only vaguely the size of Alabama sometimes goes to your heads, and you have to make up for it elsewhere.
We prefer about slightly smaller than Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is what the CIA World Fact Book describes us as.
Look, we've done some even weirder stuff than that. Let's be honest. We had the anti-tank stick at one point.
Yes, size isn't everything, ladies and gentlemen.
And if you
at least you didn't stick a RPG round to the end of a stick and then go charge.
No, what you did was it was for the anti-tank dogs, so that you could distract them, and you threw the stick, and then the anti-tank dogs that the Russians might deploy would chase after the stick instead of attacking your tank.
Yeah.
So it's an anti-tank, anti-dog, anti-tank. I don't really.
Anti-dog tank? Is it an anti-dog tank? Is that where we are now?
That was what the Soviets had. They would train dogs to go and eat with bombs on their backs. Next question. If Drac is the god emperor of naval history, then what positions are the members of the ship-shape crew hold, and who is the largest spread of naval dissimulation? Would that be bashing?
Would that make Norman
seeing as I seem to spend half my life organizing everyone and putting everything together and putting on the organization, that probably makes me Gilliman if we're in this scenario. If Drax the God Emperor.
Fleet is basically well, I am basically Altharius and Omegon at the same time. I am the weird one who likes French ships and also dispenses misinformation without meaning to occasionally. But also is liked by the majority of the rest of the panel, at least until he turns traitor and runs away laughing hysterically. But then he comes back, and then he goes away again, and then he comes back.
I think I'm just a random servitor.
No, you're not a servitor, but you're a random apothecary. You're a random apothecary who showed up to this meeting of the Primarchs. Like, how did I get here?
No, Dan is chief apothecary.
No, I would say Dan probably
Oh,
I-
Petch, that's cruel.
What did he say?
Dan
You're
does more
Mortarian.
Could well be.
I'm not Mortarian.
Who said that? I was thinking actually, if Dan was anyone, and this is possibly going to get me into trouble, but you know, I do have
boy.
a scenario for this. I'd say Dan is the most like Jagatai Khan.
Really?
Has a strong independent streak, wanders off random places, occasionally gets lost, but usually turns up again when he needs to.
Yeah, I could see that.
Also, does that mean I get to say it, or all of you get to say, God?
Well, no, neither.
you-
None of us get
usually
to
we-
say because that's Star
you-
Trek. That's.
I don't know. It could work.
Um,
I'm still trying to
if-
work out who Garrus is, though.
Let me think.
Probably
If-
Vulcan.
If Drac, okay. Although one question I do have, if Drac is the God Emperor,
Yeah.
does that mean that somebody like Norman Friedman or Andrew Lambert is Malkador?
Oh, Norman
yes.
Freeman as Malkador. That's just perfect.
No, it'll be Andrew Lambert, Malkador.
Okay.
Definitely Andrew Lambert.
Oh dear.
Norman Friedman's the Lion.
Oh god, that's funny.
I
thought
think that might be the model he has.
Well, no,
anyway,
I
leaving that to one
thought
side.
I thought Charles Dance was the lion, just because Charles Dance, the man, literally could be the lion. He has the voice for it and the face.
I'm still working out what Runon is. I think probably she's one of the Sisters of Battle, but I'm not sure which one.
Well,
The head
I'm-
canoness, the overarching one. That's what I think.
Most likely.
Seemed like a fairly
Do
good.
they have tech priests?
Well, she could also.
Sisters of Battle.
She could also
think
be a
they're all-
she could also be a Custodes. Who's
Yeah.
Horus?
I'm also.
Horace? Where's Horace? Point me at Horace.
But no, first very quickly before we get people saying it. I am very glad, and I'm going to make my position clear. I am glad that they've actually admitted that they can be female custodians because it makes perfect sense. They're custom crafted, they're custom crafted gene warriors, and to not give yourself access to half the available population to custom craft would just be silly. Because it's not like the Space Marines where you need that male genes to enable mass production. The custodians are not mass produced.
Yeah,
especially when you are brain fart. When you are using them as a means to buy loyalty from the powerful families.
Mm-hmm.
Taking their
So
daughters can be
I'm
as
good
effective
with
as
it.
taking their
It
sons.
makes sense.
Yeah. I would say.
Who's Erebus?
I
Do we
would
have an
say-
Erebus?
No,
Not sure.
no, but yes, we do. I blame Foxo for Erebus. Erebus is Foxo or Dragon.
I would say again,
So
it's like
Dragon is Morgar and Foxo is Erebus?
No, Foxo's already picked who she is. Foxo has already picked who she is. Foxo is Siphius Kane.
That was
I'm not sure.
Kai.
I'm not sure what that makes.
Caiaphas.
I'm not sure what that makes Dragon though.
Jurgen? Yeah, it would be Jurgen.
And we have Dan. What do we think the other Dan is? He's.
Gorn?
I haven't read anything.
Also, I love the presumption that I'm a member of Ship Shape. I don't feel that fits, but okay.
Probably perhaps Ferrus Manus, because I could see him doing mad. It's kind of like I'm a bit, the god. It's like I feel for Drac in some ways being the God Emperor is a bit limiting, and also gives him far too much paperwork, which he would absolutely hate. But we'll leave that to one side. This is why there's no competition of me going, I want to be the God Emperor. No, I can avoid the paperwork. I will take Gilliman. I will do the paperwork under sufferance, but I can avoid it as Gilliman if I want to and go and fight people. Emperors can't avoid it.
Rule number one: the Emperor doesn't do paperwork. He has other people for that.
You want to bet?
being the Emperor. No, the whole point of being the emperor
The
is
moment
you
the
go
bucks-
into the palace.
The moment
The
the buck
moment
stops
you-
with you, you have paperwork coming for you.
Well, yes, that's true, but you literally tell the people to do it. Say, I'm going back to my experiments with the webway. Shh.
Dragon, you're not sleepy enough to be Johnson.
Uh,
Seneca would like a more expansive answer on his question versus because I completely derailed it with the anti-tank rock.
Oh, what is the most insane invention or idea you found in archives? I would say the most weird one I found over the years have been the various versions of pop-up pillboxes and the various mechanisms they come with for them. And it's always an idea. There's always one of the things you have to remember is the British regularly flirt with the idea of fortifying the British Isles. Regularly flirt with it. And regularly it comes back to this is going to be far too expensive to be sensible. Let's just put the money into a fleet.
Yeah.
That just sounds like a really crummy tank.
You have no idea how bad it can get. But there were literally some ideas of some tractors covered in with concrete to make them into mobile pillboxes.
Bob Semple lives again.
No,
Nukes.
Bob Semple was part of a theme thing.
Nukes heated by chickens. That's
Uniquely British.
no, you'd hope, but actually that was felt to be quite a good idea by NATO.
Oh
God, you'd have a NATO standardized chicken.
Yes, I know. Nightshade system. The RAF did use the concrete tractors in World War II as part of their airfield defences.
I'm just trying to work out what would happen, because the poor Bersaglieri of the Italians in NATO would find themselves the butt of so many jokes about the standard chicken.
Yep.
For their hats. That's just.
To an extent, for the British, it does make sense to an extent to put pillboxes around the UK, especially if you're worried about being if you're worried about enemy airborne invasion. Putting in some wires, putting in some pillboxes makes sense. Because honestly, the best time to kill paratroopers is when they're floating down. When they're floating down and you can just machine gun the sky, that's the best time to kill them. Either that or when you know they're landing on Malta. Because the amount of people I see keep claiming, no, they could have invaded Malta by paratrooper, and I go there! Have a look at the fields! And then ask yourself, why do they not do much parachute jumping on Malta in a beautiful Mediterranean island with absolutely brilliant climate that should be perfect for it?
Mm-hmm. And you may find out.
I mean,
anyway.
They could invade Malta with thousands of paratroopers. I mean, the real problem would be that they would rapidly overwhelm the hospital setup with all the people there with broken legs and other broken bits just from the landings before you even get to what happens when the Maltese get to them. Because the Maltese will have been told by the British, because let's face it, the British are nasty, sneaky people, that we will have pointed out how anti-Catholic the Nazis were. At which point the ultra-Catholic Maltese, vast majority of the population, especially the little grandmas, will do unspeakable things to them that are akin to what the people of Crete did to the German paratroopers, only wholesale.
Look, let's the worst thing for you in landing on a field in Malta is you landing on top of a roof and walking in to find yourself, on about 3 Maltese grandmas going, "Excuse me, you've disturbed our game of gin rummy."
Yeah.
Good luck, God bless, and what happens to you will probably be later featured in the very small, but always possible to expand, non-Canadian section of the war crimes rules. Remember,
Yeah.
it's never a crime the first time. It's only a crime after people have found out exactly what happened, go, ow! Never want that happening to them, and then make it a crime.
Oh.
Alrighty. Ethan Yang, can you tell us more about the Chinese interest in the Kirov class that you mentioned last time? What would a 21st century Chinese heavy missile cruiser look like? VLS. A lot of
Most
VLS.
few
A
years
lot of
will
VLS.
we get to see one.
VLS.
To be honest, you're looking at a ship that their current. Well, to be frank, given that they're planning a larger surface combatant than their current largest destroyer, which although they call it a destroyer, everyone sat there going, "That's a cruiser-sized combatant," even in modern terminology, and
Yeah.
you want to go bigger than that.
Yeah.
And they're basically clawing their way back towards having Kirov-sized service combatants to work with their carriers. Like they're on their way to it.
There are some reasons for it. A, for the Chinese especially, without the global infrastructure and alliances of powers who are of a similar level than them who can sustain their fleet, they're looking at, if they're having ships operating further away, they need to be able to take more firepower with them because they need to be self-sustaining for that much longer to have to give them a chance of getting back. So there are reasons for building bigger escorts with far deeper missile loadouts and far more capabilities. There's also the fact that for the Chinese, they don't want to have their carriers wandering around the world. You have to remember the Chinese are definitely not looking to become a global policeman. They're definitely not looking to step up to that to being that role at this precise time, because that doesn't fit with their view of how the world should be run. What they are looking for is something which is going to give them presence and significant presence. And again, let's be honest, look at what the Kirovs did for the Russians. They gave them so much presence, the Americans had to reactivate the Iowa class.
And of course, the Kirovs are excellent ships to, because the Kirovs are not central to the Russian Bastion defense plan. So the Kirovs can, with a task group, leave the Northern Fleet or the Pacific Fleet and go and do things.
Yeah.
Like, even during wartime, the plan for the Kirovs was to go and be annoying or to help lead amphibious assaults in Norway. Because they can do that, because even if you lose them, the bastions will not be compromised.
Yeah. They were useful. Please note, there is one thing I need to actually, seeing Dan Protestant came on. This is Iron Brew. It is a soft drink. Once again, I've had people commenting going, "You're getting drunk the whole time." No, this is my personality sober. I'm sorry if that offends you. This is me I don't drink alcohol. I'm the only one that's shaped who doesn't.
I do.
Yes, yeah. The only person who gets drunk regularly during his streams is me. I am known for it. Drunk Fleet is a meme for a reason.
I mean, I kind of do, but that's only because I'm a complete lightweight, so it only takes me one or two beers to potentially get tiddly.
Steve, there's a debate as to whether the Chinese are planning for the next generation cruiser to be nuclear powered. Because one of the things that we've noticed is they are planning on their aircraft carriers being nuclear powered, a next generation. Not the one they're currently building, but the one after that to be nuclear powered. But what they've done with everything else is every other thing they've tested this out before they've done it. They haven't yet tested out. So building the next generation of large cruiser as nuclear powered would be a way to test that out.
Or more accurately, the first thing they call an actual cruiser. Because it wouldn't surprise me if they call the... Oh no, sorry, they don't do that because they consider it an imperialist term.
No, please note, what I'm saying is that China doesn't want to be world policemen. That's very different than saying they don't want to usurp the US. They don't want to be world policemen. They don't want the cost. Everyone knows you need a world policeman, but it's kind of like America in the 1920s and 30s. America didn't want the cost of being world policeman. That's the reason why Britain stays in the position it does in the world as basically the number one power amongst equals. Because no one else wants the role. So Britain is the role, has the role, and so therefore by default is the more powerful and most powerful, the first amongst equals, because it has that role. Countries actually don't want that role. They normally have to be pushed into taking it. Even post-World War II, when the Americans were going for superpower status, for a while, the Americans were already debating how anti-imperialist they should be, because they knew if the British withdrew, that would mean they would have to step up and be the world policeman. There were some who did believe that the world would police itself, but very many who were not that naive believe it worked out very quickly it was going to get expensive. And it did.
It also
and
removes
it has been.
Yeah. It also removes
Cheers,
one of the
Stafford.
key factors in China's strategy, which is fleet concentration in the event
Yeah.
of a war. Their
If
ability
you're
to
world policeman,
concentrate at... Yeah, sorry, go on,
Yeah.
Dr. Clarke.
If you're world policeman, you can't concentrate at the same speed. You have to have your forces dispersed in peacetime around the world.
Yeah. Which the US has had to spend a lot of money to keep the fleet to both have a concentration and do world policemen, which they've just about been able to do. Whereas China can now build up a fleet that can stay at home and be a massive stick, which the US goes... It's one of the reasons why the US has been going, yes, carriers from our allies in Japan and Britain, which means we can have more of a stick to hit China with.
Well, it's also that, I mean, it feels like the Japanese are... Sorry, the Chinese are at risk of building another German high seas fleet equivalent.
Totally didn't just realize that I was muted for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The difference in this case is that unlike with the German Empire, where China, well, yes, China is a continental power, but they're just so far ahead of their rivals. Their army is already so massively overkill against anyone they share a border with, apart from possibly the Russians and maybe India. But the border with India is so horrible that trying to fight a major conventional war there would be suicidal for both sides anyway.
There is there is a reason they're still sticking. There is a reason just beyond diplomacy they're keeping the sticks and the stones for those fights.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
logistics
But what I
of
will
supporting it is...
Churchill tanks would make it up
But
those
the-
mountains.
But to get back to the point I was driving at, it's unlike the Imperial German comparison. The Chinese can, and we see they are downsizing their army, up-teching it to bring it in line with Western-style force compositions. Not quite the same because they're doing it their own way, but they're headed towards a less conscription-based force. And well, they're still going to use conscription, but they're trying to professionalize it, bring the overall bloat of the force down, but as in so doing, even though they are up-teching the force, the overall costs are coming down. And where's that money going? The Navy and the Air Force. The tools they will need to fight the United States, which is ironically enough in a quasi-German empire situation itself, despite being the rank 1 power, because they have to maintain the Navy, maintain the Air Force, maintain a large force overseas to deal with the Middle East, to deal with Europe, and all three of the United States Armed Forces are all convinced that if they don't get the funding they need, the next major war will find them lacking.
Yeah.
I want to point one thing out and address something for Olex K. Olex K, you can see the world police at work by the fact that the majority of the world, if you go into a supermarket, there's still goods on the shelves. If there was no functioning world police, you would not have the level and reliability of maritime trade that you do now.
That's world police
and
isn't
the
the same as there being no conflict. World police is that the world is still functioning.
And
Because
the other,
we can tell when it breaks down, because that's when we do have major problems in the world economically.
the other thing that you can see too is that you have Beijing right now seems to be focused on maintaining, gaining, or mostly gaining, a industrial and technological edge over the rest of the world. And they are trying to do that as best as they can through, for lack of any better phrasing, foreign influence operations. The problem is what they're going to find is that if, as part of those foreign influence operations, they take the legs out from underneath the U.S. economy, the U.S. is no longer going to be able to afford to maintain a global presence to keep things like piracy and terrorism down on the sea lanes, which means China's not going to be able to sell their physical goods.
It's one of the reasons why you see the Chinese, despite the fact they are technically rivals with the US, committing to operations in the Red Sea. despite the fact that they're technically aligned with, the Russians, quote unquote, which isn't actually true. You see a Chinese presence in the Red Sea, trying to keep the sea lanes open, because it benefits the Chinese to have those sea lanes flowing freely without interruption.
Yes. So what Beijing is going to find if its foreign influence operations go too far is that it will either have to surrender everything it gained, then it would have to become the world policeman. And yes, Raptor Rat's exactly right. If you do it right, no one notices. People don't notice when policing is done correctly because their cars don't get broken into. They don't get mugged in the streets. But when the policing is not being done correctly, then yeah, you see stuff like we see sometimes on the West Coast of the U.S. where you can't leave anything in your cars because they get smashed up.
Well, Alex K, honestly, again, we're getting distracted off into a lot of modern politics from the question, so it's a bit of a case of, but it is sort of a modern question. But I would say what you're dealing with, what you're seeing is there are a lot of headline issues. There are always disruptions. Things like the Suez and all these stuff issues going on, Red Sea, those problems. The thing was, the trade didn't stop flowing. And as Sal would point out, the problem was they were doing enough damage to get headlines and cause minor disruption. And it was relatively minor disruption. They weren't doing enough damage to get actual proper attention. Because when they want to, you go through, you smash them up. But also the other issue, as you're saying, is that we've had, and I would say again, this is a small problem you've had in the last few years, is you've had an American leadership which was very loath to get involved in anything and do anything.
To be fair, that did mirror the majority of the American sentiment.
Yes, but I would also say that if we judge, and this is going to get me into politics because, okay, please don't take this the wrong way for the Americans, but yes, you need to shut up on this one because you get into trouble when you start talking about American politics. Whilst presidential personalities come and go, usually the more erratic American president is, the more basically unfathomable they are in order to be able to predict what they're going to do, the better it is for the world because the more people don't play around with things. And the cutting cable, and the thing is, that's the thing. When there's a risk that they'll do something, people don't do stuff. When you're dealing with a relatively nice, predictable personality, which unfortunately Obama, etc. was, you tend to take advantage of that situation. The world does. The thing about it from your own school days and etc. When you've got a teacher who's very, very staid and will not react to events and always do the same, not sure you might well mush around. You can push the boundaries. You know where you can push the boundaries. If you've got a teacher who sometimes might go, I don't really care about this one. Other times might go, you know what, I'm having a bad day. If you go even a millimeter over that line, I'm going to crush you. Yes, it's annoyingly inconsistent, but you're less likely to push it because you don't know what mood is that teacher in today. What are they going to do? So best not to push it because I don't know whether I'm going to get ignored or if I'm going to get chucked into detention for the next month and a half. Is it worth me doing it? And as for the cutting cables in the Baltic, again, I would say, sadly enough, that's been a factor of going on for years. There's a reason why Britain's been investing and has bought a ship, the Stirling Castle, and years. That's been part of the plan for over a decade because that's been going on. So the thing is, cutting the cables in the Baltic is something we're talking about now, going, this is happening. But for people who've been touching the subject for the last years, will tell you that's been going on for the last 30 years. That's been suspected to be actually more than just an accident.
Just to point out that the whole cutting of cables thing, it's not exactly new. We did it 110 years ago to the Germans.
Yes, the British have, by the way, please note, the British have been cutting cables as long as there have been undersea cables. So we're kind of, we've been doing it for years.
And of course, let's not forget the Russians. The Russians are tapping into their most noble of traditions by by following the example of the Second Pacific Squadron by cutting the cable between Gibraltar and Morocco.
Don't get me started.
Jonathan
So,
Boone question.
gentlemen.
In the lead, it's the lead up to World War II, and the UK or US do a Japan and secretly build a huge 18-inch armed battleship. What would it look like?
I'll go first, and then you guys can all put in your ideas. So basically, in terms of, and then I'll also quickly answer Alex Cade's question before you guys jump in to give you something to think. In terms of Britain, it's going to be a King George V, but with 9 18-inch guns, and it's expanded to accommodate that. The US probably a scaled up Iowa, because that's a design they're working on at that time, and scaled up. And in Alex Cade's case, 4 times in half a year. I think the record is for the British in the run up to World War II. There were like 16 incidents in about 4 months, and all were then repaired by the British, and may or may not have involved boxes being attached to those undersea cables. This is nothing new. Sadly enough, it's nothing new. It's something, again, we've had. Accidents and suspicious accidents have been a common for because one of the problems is ships drag their cables a lot, and so sometimes it is an accident and sometimes it isn't. Now, gentlemen, what's your battle and lady, of course? What are your battleship looking like?
For the U.S., you're probably getting a Montana. You're essentially moving the Montana to the Iowa slot, and then the Long Tana will probably be the 4-turret version. So the Montana will probably be a 4-turret version. You might also, because they have the capacity, you might also see them continue to build as-built Iowas, but more towards the battle cruiser end of the spectrum than the fast battleship end of the spectrum to get the extra speed and range out of them.
Yeah. For the British, we discussed this on Ramblings a while ago, with Dr. Clarke being present. You're basically looking at the British going, right, okay, this is the way the world works, is it? Okay, so yeah, we're just not dealing with the naval treaties at all. We're just not gonna comply. What the KGVs look like, I'm not entirely sure. They could be 15-inch armed ships, just because the UK will want capable, fast units. Although you better, problem is if they're disregarding the naval treaties, I can see the KGVs being 28-knot ships armored to resist 18-inch guns, but armed with 15s. So basically, just disregarding the naval treaties.
The question is if they are building an 18-inch gun ship. And if the British had, let's say, like the Japanese, kept an 18-inch gun program going quietly, and so they had an 18-inch gun ready to go. Basically, please note, the design study the British produced the King George V and the Lions, because they're basically slightly scaled up versions of each other. And so, one of those design studies, there is a larger option. Now, technically, that's the one which has got the quadruple 16-inch guns on it, which would have the 12 16-inch. But that same design could work with 9 18s. So that's what that's why I went with the one I did. I basically went, yeah. That's it.
But I think the big difference is that Britain would announce the laying down of that probably because there was a point when you had, and I need to remind myself, I can't remember the exact sequence, but it was something like you had the French announce the Richelieu.
Yeah.
You had the Italians announce Vittorio Veneto and Littorio, and then the Germans announced Bismarck in very, very quick succession. Now, for starters, that was in 1936, and so at that point, the Royal Navy really should have twigged that the naval treaties were dead because they were all 15-inch armed, so no one is going to follow the 14-inch thing, you stupid people.
The Royal Navy did twig. It was Chatfield and it was the government. They were going, Chatfield agrees with us, and Henderson was going. As I've said before, Henderson gets basically an unprecedented agreement out of Chatfield. Chatfield gets the guns he wants, and in return has no influence on any other ship construction at all. Nothing at all.
but I could see. I mean, can you imagine? And this is quite a happy thought. The expressions in the leadership offices in Rome and Berlin when the Royal Navy says, yes, in addition to the King George V's we're building, we're also getting several of these 18-inch armed ships.
You're probably talking about a pair, no more than a pair, because anything more than that will probably strain certain parts of the
No,
logistics
what you
chain.
probably do is you probably order 4 King George V's, and you order 4 18-inch gunships, so you're ordering 8 battleships overall. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably about right. That's probably that sounds more realistic.
4 and 4.
I mean,
and in the nicest way, the British going, oh, by the way, they're 28-knot ships in all weathers, and the Germans will be going, ah!
And if I had to guess, what you'll probably see is that it will be kept quiet that these classes are 18s until they're launched.
Yeah, pretty much until they're fitting out, probably.
And they may be very like, oh yeah, we're building more. You know, the Parliament or Congress has approved the building of so many different, whatever number of hulls, and essentially people will see, will go past Norfolk Naval Shipyard and be like, ooh, Newport News Shipbuilding, and be like, ooh, that's a really big hull, and kind of be like, it's a battleship, okay, whatever. And then when they're launched or when they're just about ready to commission, that's when they'll be announced that they're 18 inches. And they'll just kind of let everybody assume that they are plus-sized 16s instead of 18s.
It's the 15-inch super special.
Yeah. How very British of you.
Yes.
That seems about right.
Yes.
Which also feels like it's a good sort of that's what she said moment as well. But probably smaller inches.
Matthew Blair, what was the role of the carrier battle groups in a war to the Soviet Union? They push up through the North Atlantic, push up and start threatening the northern the bastions, and if they manage to penetrate the bastions, would then be attacking the Soviet Union and territories in the Soviet Union. And basically they're providing cover for the submarines to go hunting for the ballistic missile fleet. Because it was known that if you could take out the Soviet ballistic missile force, submarine ballistic missile force, then the Soviets get very, very scared very quickly, and you might get something. We're getting flashes between Dan's camera and Runon's camera.
Yeah, it's whoever's making noise at the time. Blame Discord.
It's important to bear in mind that for the Russians, in the event of any hot war, their safe conflict resolution assets are their boomers. Yeah. Because they know their bomber fleet can be hit, they know their silos can be hit, they know their mobile launchers can be hit. Their boomers are safe for the most part.
The moment you can start penetrating the bastions in sufficient force, then they're in trouble. And yes, bless you, Runon. Bless you.
Yeah, the whole reason for the massive growth in the Soviets' heavy surface forces in the 1970s and 80s is to basically go, we have a growing fleet of SSBNs.
We need to protect
NATO can reach them. Yeah. Like, the reason why you see things like the Kirovs is, it's basically a keep your carriers away, because we also have backfires. And we will, if necessary, use the backfires and the Kirovs and the Kievs and everything else we have to make it a very, very painful process for you. What was it NATO estimates were? I think it was they expected to lose 3 to 4 carriers to get into the bastions. I think it was.
Yeah. They're expecting to have to send in a strike fleet of at least 6 to 8 and expecting to lose 50%.
Yeah.
But they are also expecting for the Soviets to have to basically be annihilated entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when they were expecting those losses, were they expecting them in the sense of the ship is on the bottom and unrecoverable, or the ship is going to be spending the rest of the war in dry dock?
No, losses. We're talking losses. On the bottom, that is it. You're done.
Yeah, they're gone. And,
Because
that mean that on North that you could get fish and chips that kind of cooks itself if it's been swimming too close to the sunk reactors?
Yeah, because the funny.
And don't
yeah.
you already have a higher cancer risk?
No,
Very
that would be Dr. Clarke being in Cornwall. They have excessive xenon, I think it is, coming through. So that's why it's something like the equivalent of a chest X-ray to either fly to, I think, Spain, or go for a walk for the day on Dartmoor.
Wow. That's
something like that.
Yeah, it's fun.
What do you think the odds are if that I walk on Dartmoor, I'll get hit with just the right radiation to shut off that little Y chromosome activation gene?
Nah.
That's as funny as it would be. That's not how it works. Sadly, we all
Knights
wish it
Executive
would
One.
make things so much easier.
Why would the Royal Navy, with one Eagle Star converted admiral and 3 courageous, allow the Royal Navy to? Why would the Royal Navy want?
Huh?
What?
Okay, so I'm guessing we delete the Y. So would the Royal Navy, with one Eagle Star converted admiral and 3 courageous, allow the Royal Navy to determine whether admiral courageous sized carriers were the future for aircraft carriers? You have to remember, and I would like to point this out, both the USN and the Royal Navy worked out what the future aircraft carriers were. It's just the trouble for both of them was the difference in the scenarios. For the Americans, they're operating in the Pacific, where they need to do mass fleet strikes as a whole because there's no ground support and no likelihood. For the British, the reality is that they're operating at the end of their logistics train in the Far East, or they're operating in the Mediterranean, both of which require vessels for different reasons to be slightly more survivable, because if you lose the ship, then you'll go from having a carrier to having no carrier. And it's better to have a slightly smaller air group and actually have a carrier than have no carrier. So basically, they can have both of those. That doesn't change really what their compromises they're probably going to go for under the Washington Naval Treaty and the London Naval Treaties, because you can see what designs they'd like to go for. They're called the Maltas or the Midways, because the moment they're completely free of the treaties and they're building to basically what they would like to go for themselves, look at how big those things are and look at how well both of them are armoured and survivability. That's it, basically. Hopefully that answers your question. Black Horse, why was the Japanese damage control worse than World War II? Honestly,
because they did not. I would lay. Sorry.
No worries. Karen, run on.
I would lay the responsibility for that at two different things. One would be the general technical education for Japan was lower than that of some of its peers, just as a common knowledge kind of thing. And two, it was not seen as a prestigious of a billet, so it did not tend to attract the same caliber of officer as other billets did.
I would add there's actually there's a more bigger problem, and I'll put in my own 2 pence before Dan shows up. It's because also they don't have the massive losses in World War One and the Russo-Japanese War. They don't have the massive losses, which means it's going to sound strange. A lot of the British emphasis on damage control in World War Two comes out of their experiences of World War One, where they lost a lot of shit, where they lost ships like Abakur, Cressy, and Hogue, etc. There's, World War Two is exercising a lot of demons for the Royal Navy, and again for the Americans, I would say that quite a lot of their desire for damage control again comes out to extent out of some of their experiences in World War One, but also some of their experiences in early World War Two, especially because a lot of the American damage control, we often talk about the damage control. You have to remember the capabilities they have in 1945 in terms of damage control are not the capabilities they have in 1941. Their damage control gets a lot better over the war. It was already better than the Japanese, don't get me wrong. But I would say when you're talking about damage control 1939, 1941, the most paranoid nation in the world about it, and so that naval service, is the British. By 1945, the Americans have an edge. But that's the difference is it's because of their experiences in war, because that's where damage control and desire for obsession with it comes from. It's your experiences in war.
Yeah. What I would like to say though is that you said the Japanese didn't suffer any big losses during
They didn't
either
suffer
the
losses which were big enough to shock them. This is the point. That's the
um
phrase. I should have phrased it better. It doesn't
I mean
shock them enough, the losses.
I mean I'm not saying you're not wrong. It's just that I would have thought losing a pair of battleships to mines would have made
Not
them
at the
sit up
time,
straight.
No.
no, because mines were ship killers. Losing something to something which is designed to take them out as a one-shot kill is pretty much it. No, I think actually the other problem for the Japanese was actually their doctrine, which was very heavily based on the quick war. You know, it's the same thing that's behind a lot of their aircraft and why they also didn't worry quite so much about the armor and armored flight decks. It's different from the US way of reaching the same thing with their carriers, was that they, and it's what the Germans had planned as well, which was you go for a short war on your terms, you accept that you'll have casualties, but that's because anyone who's you've dedicated to damage control isn't dedicated to something more offensive.
Yeah.
Um,
Dan,
Yeah.
can you check your mic? Because it keeps cutting out. Is it Discord or is it your mic?
That's a you thing, I think, because he's coming in 5x5 for me. He's a little
Same for
distorted, but perfectly
You're also-
legible.
Okay, so I'm going to have to do something quickly. Just carry on chatting away, but it's basically going to
We
be...
can't, because if you leave the voice channel, then we stop.
Well, no, just carry
Broadcasting.
on chatting away amongst yourselves while I quickly do a quick skip in and skip out. Good old. And rejoin.
Bronian Berserkers, I think.
That
what,
better?
Berserkers?
The dwarf. Hang on.
Jotun, the Jotun.
No, the Votan.
Okay. Sorry about this, everyone. Just quickly doing...
Okay, I know not this, but I with my hand-eye coordination, there is a reason I am paid for my what's the right way of putting it? My mind rather than my hand-eye coordination. I may technically have a degree in surgery, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't want me doing that.
But it would be so much fun.
Aye.
Also, Dr. Clarke, please harass me to put together the OBS profile for you, because I keep forgetting to do it in a timely and efficient manner.
Don't worry. Right, so at some point we're going to work out why Discord is mucky up on my computer, because I quickly checked my network settings as well, and the network is not in anywhere near maximum capacity at the moment.
Runon, we accept any delays in that because we know that you're making the Minecraft server and making sure that it's
not making a Minecraft server.
It's going to be glorious. It's going to be
Sorry,
amazing.
you are probably now at the stage of maintaining the Minecraft server.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, team. Yeah, fun. Thank you. I have to admit, I did love it that the fence decided to blow down this week.
Poor girl.
I have to say, I did love it that the fence decided to blow down and everything else decided to go wrong in this month. And January, by the way, for those who don't know this, and this is a little thing on behalf of Fleet, on behalf of Drac, there is a kind of a standard comment in amongst most YouTubers and most people who do this sort of stuff and is that for some reason every time it comes to January and February, that is the times of year when we will have the least come in, when we will have the least money, where we're most likely to have issues with paying bills and things, because that for some reason every other month of the year will stay pretty constant, might go up a bit, might go down, but yeah, January. And the reason it's not actually that big a mystery. Let's be honest. Most people have greater expenses in these months, so they don't aren't able to sort of have as much free spending to contribute to people like myself, and fully understand it. And that's life, but it is fun.
I can actually answer it as far as Twitch and YouTube go, though.
Yeah.
Or I can provide an answer. Let me put it that way. All the ad buys.
Can you all do me a favor? Can you log out the chat and log back in? Because I've tried logging out, logging in, and and resetting it, and it hasn't worked. So can you all log out and log in quickly on the Discord yeah?
Can do.
Just see if that makes it work.
Okay, that's the best I can do without doing a complete system. First off, Teemu, I am not learning Rust, and I don't want to learn Java. It's bad enough I have to learn C#.
You poor unfortunate soul, you have my
Dragon,
sympathy.
it has gotten so bad that in some of the art communities that I'm in, when they talk about setting up a Minecraft server, I almost reflectively respond with, "I am not running a Minecraft server."
It'll be great, Runon. It'll be spectacular. You will run it so well. And the final battle of all the ships versus the Ender Dragon will be glorious.
I tell you, if you somehow emotionally blackmail me into it, because that's what it will be. It will be emotional blackmail. The host is just going to be. It will be. I will figure out how to code into it that the host is just a large black box for everyone except Fleet with censored written on each side.
That doesn't really upset us, as that'll protect our
but
eyes
it does
as well.
upset Fleet, and I can live with that. And it gives me a little bit of semi-sadistic joy.
More interesting will Fleet finding a crew for the Hosh. So we've answered up to the Japanese, and now it's Seneca Nero's question. When was the last boarding action drill in the Royal Navy that you know of?
Well, I was going to say, we had a super chat or super question from P.A. Thomas. I don't know if you wanted to stick that in now or ahead of Seneca, because I thought Seneca, being a lovely human being who is a long-standing member, would understand.
Well, also, it's super chat.
The trouble is, don't take this the wrong way, but Discord is absolutely, and my end is absolutely going massively wrong. It keeps clicking in and out the whole time.
That's a you problem.
I don't know why it's a me problem, though. You're okay.
I mean,
am I okay?
Dan is about 4x5, but he's perfectly legible for me.
Mm.
To be fair, I think the most I'll ever actually achieve is about 3x5, and that's just on the grounds of the content.
It's like sort of last week we had fun with Restream deciding to touch wood it won't again to end the video and then restart it on a different thing, and people going, "Oh, we lost it," and went, "Oh, no, yeah, it didn't mean to." It was Restream, and this week we have Discord being weird. So. Thank you, P.A. Thomas. So P.A. Thomas says put it behind Seneca Nero. Seneca Nero, when was the last boarding action drill in the Royal Navy that you know of? Last week. The Royal Marines and Royal Navy practice offensive boarding drills for dealing with vessels which have been hijacked and for customs duties on quite a regular basis. So, yeah, they've been practicing that that's been going on for quite a while. If you're talking about full ship boarding, yeah, pretty much as planned. That's quite a major thing for them. And then to P.A. Thomas's question, yeah, the Japanese had no chance of winning a long war with any of the major powers, either Britain or America. So, and those were the only two powers which could actually touch them navally. So, frankly, their whole purpose was based on suck them in, get them close, annihilate their fleet, use that as a diplomatic reason to end the war and to hopefully dictate some terms in their favour for peace. Basically, do to them what they did to the Russians. it was never going to really work because both the British and the Americans have enough. The British Empire and the Americans at that time have enough resources. If they lose their fleet, they go away build another one.
And also, I would point out that of the three major combatants in the Pacific, to include Anzac forces and Indian forces, the Imperial Japan had the shortest transit time from its prospective theater of operations back to its industrial base.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the Royal Navy had probably the longest, but it also had the base network that it could use to make good enough for now repairs.
Yeah.
Just to get the vessel home. But the
been
U.S. had to go all
that's
the way
also-
back to at least Pearl.
Yeah, and the British had to go back to the UK basically to get any rebuild on carriers and everything like that. That's one of the reasons why the British go for the armoured carrier programme. It's literally because if they get damaged, they have to go all the way back to the UK to be properly fixed.
I think the other thing is that the Russians provide a poor indicator of what happened because they had so much internal strife in 1905. Because I ended up looking at this because my dad spent the summer in a production of Fiddler on the Roof at Regent's Park Theatre, and which is going to be going on tour. Possibly not with my dad, but it's due to be going on tour around the UK.
My mum
Tickets
is
will be
hoping
available.
your dad is a part of the tour because she's planning on going to see him if he comes down here. So if he's not on tour, she's going to be very disappointed.
Given what the schedule for the tour looks like, he's going, I'm 75. I'm going to be turning 76. And I don't need to do this for the money.
Tell him to do it for my mum.
But he's a very small part as well. But it's a good show. But that's all set in 1905 in Russia because they're having massive, and it's a sign of how much strife they've got and all the other problems. And so the Japanese were just kind of one on a very long list of massive issues that the Russians were having at that point. Whereas, frankly, in some ways for the British Empire and for the US, even being at war with the Germans and Italians was not that big an existential threat for either of them by that stage. Because, the German were not going to invade Britain. They were not going to starve Britain out. They had an unsupportable regime. And yes, things were going badly, but yeah.
The Germans actually came closer to starving Britain out in World War I than they did in World War II. That's the thing that's often forgotten. They can't. At no point did the British go down to we've got 3 months left of food left in the country, which they do in World War One. In World War II, they never get lower than I think it's 15 months worth of food, and that's a big difference.
I have a very quick PSA I'd like to say.
Yes.
Just been reading chat. Now, if anyone isn't happy with a question answer that I've given, by all means, please go and check it elsewhere. Go and ask other people. I'm absolutely fine with that. But don't go and say publicly that's what you're doing, because at that point, basically, I feel like, well, at that point, did you even value the answer that I gave? And you're just basically saying it on a live stage in front of a vast audience. Like, I don't mind people going and checking what I've said, but don't do it in front of everybody, please. And I'm not naming names. But they know who they are.
Oh yeah, and also if you are going to do fleet the same courtesy you do for me, basically. When people already put what you said last week, so I can mentally go, hang on, this is about the question which I answered last week. This isn't a fresh question. This is a question. So mentally, I have to think about last week. And if it's longer than last week and it's a question on Bruships, Please try and remember to give me a quote of what I said, so I know, because otherwise I might well have forgotten my exact wording, or I might have to go back and look it up. Oh.
And I will say we will probably get at least one more opening of questions in today.
Oh, probably
But
at least.
if you do have a question, which you can't fit in, what is it, the 200 odd character limit on YouTube, and you are on the Discord, I am willing to sneaker net. You got to get in the queue and just say, see Discord question number 58 or whatever.
Yeah.
But ping me or another mod in the Discord server, and we can copy it over once we get to you in the queue.
Speaking of that, we also do have open. It's under special rules because Fleet's not allowed to see it. We have a chat. We have now got a channel open, which you have to ask certain mods. Runon, Steve, Leslie are the 3 mods who have the powers.
The power.
You can join if you want to be part of the group that are trying to put together components to build Fleet a computer. So that Fleet actually has something which is not steam powered. Please do ask them to join.
I'm giving her all she's got, Captain.
Because honestly, and there is also a surprise in there, as well. I will say this: there is a surprise in that. We're doing a few interesting things, but the plan is if we can work out what components we're going to get, I can work out what maybe I need to try and work out what I need to acquire by other means. Maybe me reaching into my own back pocket. If I have to, that's fine. I'll figure it out. I've got some Justin Craig teaching and other stuff coming up, so I should have some free extra bonus money. And we'll put that together. We'll do a stream where we put that together get Fleet down, so you'll be able to see him in person building it. And
yes,
it should be fun.
Although
because I'll be teaching him also how to maintain his computer. I'll teach him how to build a computer and how to maintain it.
Like.
2 people talking at the same time.
It's fun.
And it also means I actually, have a chance of getting a new PC because otherwise it's not in the budget.
Yeah, but it's also
not in the budget.
If you've got spare parts that are, let's say, if you are updating, I'm not updating to a 50 series GPU. But if you are updating to 50 series and you don't need to sell it on, etc., and you're happy to contribute something like your older graphics card, then that's the thing. I've got a 3060, so I don't see the need to update to a 50 series this year. This time, I probably will need to update mine once we get onto a 60 series. That's probably when I'll need to update it.
If you can pick up a discount. A secondhand 4090 or 4080 or 4080 Ti, they are capable of running a more advanced encoder, which will help you with your bitrate issues. Your 3060, to my knowledge, is not capable of that.
Yeah, but it's very, very good and very reliable and has 16 gigs, which is quite useful. Most of the 4090s I've been seeing have been 8 gigs. Or smaller. I'm back in a second. I'll leave you the question. Do you think the submarine do you think that the submarine as a whole would shift towards having VLS launched hypersonic cruise missiles as their primary armament, with torpedoes playing a secondary role? My answer would be I doubt it. But
no.
Let's see what you all think.
They might,
No.
because to use a quasi ballistic missile or VLS missile as a primary armament is absolutely counterproductive to what a submarine is supposed to be doing. It is the absolute antithesis weapon because it's big, it's loud, acoustically, electromagnetically, and thermally, and it highlights exactly where that submarine is. They will probably, especially based on what we're seeing with the bulged Virginias, I guess, for lack of any better phrasing, they will probably become part of future submarine capabilities, but I do not see them, at least for a crewed boat, becoming the primary strike weapon of that boat. vessel thing, a Majing.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they are big, they're noisy, and they can be done by something else. At the moment, we have submarines with two basic roles, which are your SSNs, SSKs, hunter killers, and your bombers, which have your ballistic missiles. Your hunter killers are going to be going, being super sneaky, stealthy, so that they can kill and not be killed. Which they do better with torpedoes and other things. And your SSBNs, frankly, when they need to uncap a load of canned sunshine at people, we're all going to know about it anyway.
I'd say
so.
The only category you might see is an SSGN. If anyone does actually decide they need to build some more SSGNs. That's the possibility.
Yeah.
But then again, the SSGN is an interesting vessel because its primary weapon. Again, for submarines, calling it a primary weapon, they're never going to use missiles to attack our submarines at the current point. It's how they're engaging land targets, and if you see a submarine as a primary weapon system, its primary role is attacking land targets, then that is an SSGN you're talking about. And at which point, the thing is about hypersonics is that at the moment they're still very, very expensive. And usually, if you're going in for covert, you want to get in close and want to take out maximum damage. And one of the things you like with a Tomahawk, etc., for an SSGN is you can route them and you can hide them in the clutter far easier. Whereas a hypersonic goes up, points in direction, and goes boom because of the speed it's going. Because it doesn't matter how nimble you are. If you're nimble at Mach 7, your turning circle is still going to be measured in miles.
Kilometers, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I would I could also see if we get a, I don't know, is it still a loyal canoe if it's a submerged vehicle, but a autonomous or optionally crewed, autonomous or we'll call it the loyal sardine.
We call it the Orca with a torpedo, like I have above my head.
You may see it where an autonomous or an optionally crewed arsenal boat essentially would use that as a primary offensive weapon. But I don't think you're going to see a crewed asset have them. And then there's still the whole issue. There's still the whole issue of hypersonic flight profile with current publicly disclosed propulsion technology doesn't have a lot of daylight between that and ballistic missile flight profile. So are you gonna spec out a boat that's going to have that as its primary strike capability? Answers on a postcard?
Honestly, I think it's just that it's a role that can be done as well for the vast majority of the time by chucking it in the VLS cells of a surface combatant. You're not getting a USP by doing that to a submarine. You're not getting something so special, and you can do it cheaper and more easily. Thomas, Sherlock, no, the Orca is, I think, just underneath the torpedo.
The Orca, the torpedo is the torpedo is resting on the Orca's back. It's one of its primary extra weapons. It also has a poodle for it as one attack weapon, and a squirrel and a steam train and the Kaiser themselves has decided to join. And small army as well.
I have Lord High Emu.
Michael Couch says, "RE rebuilding fleet's computer. Can we get him a case? Can we get him a case that looks like the Hosh?"
Look, if
Well, I did.
No,
you
I
wanna
no,
did-
we
do
can't get me a
that
case
sort
that
of thing,
looks like the Hosh. It's
if
just,
someone wants to get that case, they can do. But that I think custom case build like that is definitely out of my budget because I don't have
Or-
a working 3D printer at the moment that I could
As-
assemble it. But if someone can assemble
Well,
it, that can
it's-
take a standard size graphics card and has all the slots you need, we could work with that. We could work.
As,
Probably need to.
as-
Trying to think how big.
As
that
it
would
turns out, I did just order a refurbished 420 by 420 printer
my.
as a birthday present for me.
be. Okay.
Oh my.
And just out of curiosity, how far are you from things like New Jersey when Drac flies over repeatedly?
Let's put it this way: close. I could. Amtrak is about 15 minutes away from my house,
All aboard. All aboard.
and I can get
all
something that goes up to Jersey reasonably easy.
Okay.
Okay.
very
I still have vague plans to try and make it over there, but where Dr. Clarke has had one fence go wrong, I've had two fences go wrong, and have to get a porch installed in the front of my house over the next month or two. So my bank balance is also unhappy.
Is the porch about the thermal heating balance or about the security balance?
It's about the wooden post that's rotten through, and if I don't do something about it sooner rather than later, it will be very, very expensive.
Wait a minute, am I getting dragooned into fixing Dan's house now?
No,
No.
no. That's already lined up. I just need to actually. It's just I will need to actually pay for the rest of it, having put down about 20% deposit or so, and paid for the fence completely, which took out my savings.
Yeah, I'm currently. Don't tell you, this is going to sound like we're moaning, etc. But the amount of it's quite a common thing that for most people won't be looking at their bank balances at the end of January and going, so I have £0 until I get my first paychecks in February. I have negative money. I'm into my overdraft, which I don't like being into, but I'm well into my overdraft.
Yeah, I was moving my money around so that I didn't go over my overdraft limit.
Yeah, I'm sort of worried about that. I might have to go and expand my overdraft limit again.
I did have to extend my overdraft limit.
Why did you do this?
Anyway, Michael Cooch, if Churchill were on here and Lord Sandwich,
because house ownership, it's so great.
yeah,
Really?
we love learning houses.
Somebody else.
Okay, so Michael Cooch's question: if Churchill, World War I era, and Lord Sandwich, American War of Independence era, were time swapped, how would each do its first Lord in the other's era? Churchill probably do fine in Lord Sandwich's era because honestly, there's not much he can really muck around with. He can't really.
Not much you can make worse.
Honestly, the system is too heavily built in, too heavily carrying on that, frankly, there's not much he can do. Just it's going to be interesting to see who punches who first. Him punches St. Vincent first, or St. Vincent punches him first. My betting is on St. Vincent punching him. If you take Lord Sandwich though, forward. Oh, you'd have a very different first Lord era. For starters, Sandwich's whole policy was you don't have political intrigues going on in the Admiralty. Not that he doesn't agree with. Sandwich was an inveterate organizer, and yeah, he would have loved the technology he had available at that time. Sandwich is really a bit of a peeps, but he's called a lord, and he's the first lord of the Admiralty, so he's treated differently by history, but he should also be considered an absolutely supreme administrator.
I will be honest, I know very little about him. My interest in the War of Irritated Colonials is...
Oh, steady on, we don't want the Americans battering down our door.
It's to generate clickbait.
We don't do that here. We don't do clickbait.
Yes,
we are
you do.
respectable. We are respectable.
Flea.
Well, I don't.
Do I need to go get the clip from last week?
That's not. That wasn't clickbait. That was Also, I wasn't here last week.
Mm,
The week before that, then.
Matthew
That wasn't
Blairens.
clickbait. That was a mess up.
Okay, Matthew Blairens. In a Hampshire's book about the Cold War, the Royal Navy, he says that in talks over CVA-1, they are offered a 30 to 35,000 ton carrier instead. What would the Royal Navy look like with this ship? The Navy basically worked out that they couldn't get a decent even if it was 30 to 35,000 tons, it would still have to be in a Vistol ship because you couldn't get a decent sized air group for a Catabar carrier on 30 to 35,000 tons in that time period. Was how the Royal Navy.
You're basically back where you started. Oh, it's just a more modern version of the carriers we have now, but still has the same problems. So we're back where we started.
It would have been interesting though, because if they had gone down, let's say, that route for the Invincible class, if they'd been 30 to 35,000 tons instead of the tonnage, then you've got a far bigger version of Invincibles, and that would have made things interesting because you're probably talking about a standard loadout of 24 Sea Kings and 24 Harriers. Possibly they'd have even got the airborne early warning stuff worked out first. And if they got the airborne early warning, if they had the airborne early warning and more Harriers down in the Falklands War, then things could be interesting. Even the thing I always point out to people is, if you had helicopter-based airborne early warning in the Falklands War, the thing was that the losses would have been so different, and especially on the British ships' losses, but also in terms of how many aircraft the Argentinians would have lost, that our entire view of a of helicopter-based airborne early warning would probably be different.
Yeah, I'd like to do a quick aside, if I might, very quickly.
Yeah.
Dr. Clarke, have you been checking up on as obviously I've set a date now, have you been checking up on the Red Fleet timeline chat? Because I am making this diversion for a very important reason. So you may have noticed that Japan, the CVA-1 program goes forward because Japan buys 2 of the carriers, and then the British government is convinced to buy 1 as an example, but they just don't pursue more because they have the 4 Maltas. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah.
Is that an acceptable thing that could happen? So if Japan buys 2, then Britain reluctantly goes, "Ugh, the prices come down enough. Fine."
Yeah.
We'll buy 1 to supplement the 4 Maltas.
Again, waterboarders, as I've often pointed out, nations being broke is very different than you and I being broke. It's more to do with their credit rating, whether or not they're broke or not. And Britain managed to get into trouble with its credit rating because of, well, like it's done recently. When governments get into credit rating trouble more often when they do things which are seen as stupid by the economic markets than when they're just spending. So the thing is, you can get, if you're spending on defense, etc., the credit markets are not usually going to penalize you over that. They're going to penalize you over you doing some stupid things about taxes, so you're doing some stupid things about what you're investing your money in, your priorities of your budgetary spending. There's all sorts of issues, but we'll leave that to one side. Yeah, it would be interesting. Let's put it this way, they would be interesting. Do you think that the Royal Navy should bring back the open days at ports that were a thing in the 80s and before? They have been doing them recently. They have been doing them quite a lot recently. The Prince of Wales did one in Liverpool not that long ago. That I like them. I wish they could do more of them, but the trouble is you only have so many ships to go round.
Build more ships.
And also the sailors that you need to run those events are not necessarily the sailors you need assigned to a given ship.
Yeah, it's often there's a fair number of R&Rs who I love, but they do seem to I seem to see them turning up in pictures so often, assisting in these events with cat badges on, and I go, really? Anyway, Knight 6831. So why was having 3 smaller Courageous better than 2 Lexington or Akagi Kaga? As according to
Because you
Fleet
could be in 3
they
places
are
at
better fit
once.
and have 3 instead of 2. Because yeah, you have 3, so you're able to be in more places. That's always the trouble for the Royal Navy, being in enough places at once.
Like, even if I don't remember the exact
I jumped a question
complement
from
numbers
Matthew.
for these.
No, we didn't.
these...
We did the Matthew Blairen's question. We did that, the 35,000 ton carrier. We talked about that. That's what I said, the 24 Sea Kings, 24 Harriers one.
I don't remember the air wing complements of those carriers off the top of my head, but yeah, even if a Lexington or a Yorktown can carry 75 aircraft, if you only have 2 of them, then you can only have those 75 aircraft in 2 discrete places at once. Whereas if a Courageous is only carrying 50 aircraft, you can now have at a maximum, you can now have 50 aircraft in 3 discrete places at once.
The thing that's interesting for the Royal Navy is when you go into the early histories, if you take the idea that Camelaers really were working on a strike carrier version of an Admiral class, which I would say all the evidence points to, but I cannot find the actual document which is the smoking gun. It's just the references and discussions of them in the Ark Royal program and various other things make me think that. And the other information I find back. If you converted all 3 admirals before, as World War One ended, instead of trying to turn them into battle cruisers, 1 word from battle cruiser, 2 words, at that post Jutland, you've gone right then. We can't do this. Let's convert them to carriers, Eagle style. And you'd had them all 3 of them enter service before the treaties. Then the Royal Navy would have been laughing, because they'd have been grandfathered in by the treaty, and along with HMS Hood, that would have been probably the 4 largest ships in the world wandering around, and suddenly that's going to change a few things. But would the Royal Navy want to have 2 ships instead of 3? No. But if they can have 3 bigger, better ships, they'll be more than happy with them. But they always want the extra ships. The interesting thing about that, of course, is those ships would be probably in no way treaty compliant. So again, like Hood, they'd have to be ignored by the treaty.
And Lexington and Saratoga.
If you got 3 of them, you would probably have the treaty limits would be different. And we'd actually probably know the actual as-built displacement of the Lexingtons.
Yeah, basically, the reason that the treaties, if they did go through, would probably say the Americans could convert 3 and the Japanese could convert 2 ships. That's probably how they do it.
Are we suggesting that the Lexington class displacement wasn't what they said it was in the treaty?
Let me put it this way,
tells
Dan,
you they've got a displacement exactly to the 1,000 tons, 37,000 tons, is lying.
Anytime I see the U.S. government release a figure that ends in more than 1 0 in front of the decimal place, evenly, I get very suspect of that number.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sure, the Fords are only 100,000 tons on the nose.
Yeah.
Sure they are.
We all believe
they
that.
only do 32 knots. Sure.
Yeah.
32 knots, exactly. To Nightshade System, we're going to get through Gregory Zukov's question,
and then
I'm going to reopen them. Because that Greg is number 10. And then we'll be open for another 5 minutes, maybe slightly less. And then I'll close it back up again.
Okay. Gregory Zukov, which engine would have been the best development once the Dreadnought you would have developed further all the way to World War II? Steam turbine ran from World War I to World War II, so I'm wondering how different. Once the Dreadnought you would have developed further on all the way. Oh, I'd prefer to go for the electric drive. I know I should go for the geared steam turbine. They are going to generate the most power, and they are therefore the most efficient in the time period for the technologies available. But I think if you can get the electric drive going, the advantages in terms of your ability for your ship to survive and sustain damage, And the fact that if as long as you have one engine unit running, you could maybe power any 4 or all 4 of the propeller shafts is useful to me. And the fact that you could have shorter shafts, so you've got less room for disruption. And also, if you do need to repair a shaft or take a shaft out and replace it, it's less damage to the hull. It's less of an issue. It just seems so much more sensible to me. So that's what I would do. I would very much prefer to keep the electric drives going. And honestly, considering that's the direction the Americans were going and the British were considering going, I think honestly after the M3s, the next generation of ships the British went for could have been electric drive. The Americans were going that way with the Lexingtons anyway because of the survivability factor. Because yes, it's going to be cost more. Yes, it's not going to be as efficient, so you're going to have to do more power to get it to work at the same level of speed. But the survivability factor, the fact that you can have a couple of ring lines, ring circuits to, and you can and provide you survivability, and you can run any propeller, any propeller off any shaft propeller system off any engine unit, and you can shut one down and be doing maintenance of it whilst it's moving, and still be running normally on cruising speed with the other two. That sort of thing is just such an advantage. And if you've got diesel generators, etc., it's all the backup. The whole system you can introduce. And there's a reason why that's the very system we have today with gas turbines. When you look at the Queen Elizabeth class, that's exactly what you're talking about. When you're looking at a lot of modern ships, that's what the system we're talking about. Because of the survivability of that system. So, yeah, I think that's what it would have done. If they hadn't had the treaties...
I would add...
Additionally, I'd like to point out, on a turbo-electric system, you are probably going to get longer service lives out of the system burner to prop shaft,
yep,
or motor output, because you are not going to be getting. First off, your turbines are not directly connected to the shafts, which means the turbines are going to have less issues with vibrations and wear and thrust and all that jazz.
Yep.
And the generator and motor pairings will smooth out any spikes or troughs in the demand curve or strain curve on the drive system. So you will, and an electric motor is as simple as probably the simplest possible way that doesn't use gravity that we have to, or mechanically simple way to we have to turn energy type A into rotational energy.
I'd also add that you'd still end up with the development of things like the geared turbines for things like destroyers, where you want the speed and you don't care so much about the
you could also
that
use
kind of
geared turbo
stuff. So you're not going to lose that potential for sort of development along those lines and all the other things. So it's not kind of shutting off one option to make another one. It's
and you could use the geared also be on the turbo generators, etc. Because instead of you'd be able to have the turbines on a constant rotation, keep them on a constant rotation, and you can increase the speed by changing the gear. So you don't need to increase the rotations, which can also lead to efficiencies in terms of your ability to operate at speed, etc., and your cruising speed. Turbo electric usually does give you the highest cruising speed as well.
I know this is not exactly what they would have done, but you've now made me think of a battleship scale CVT, and I'm now very concerned.
Concerned good ways or concerned bad ways?
Let's put it this way. If you got it to work, the engineering gods must really love you, and all of the mechanical engineers ever to exist will probably worship you as a deity.
Yeah.
That's a lot of power to run through a rubber band.
It's an interesting system. But yeah, they had lots of ideas of how they would do it and how they get it working. And it's one of those things, geared turbo generators, etc., all those things, because you don't want to you want to keep things as constant as you can for efficiency's sake. But again, that depends. It's a whole system. Plus, if you can do it so you have the boiler rooms all connected to all the boiler rooms connected to all the turbine rooms. So any boiler rooms running can power any of the turbine rooms, and any turbine can power any of the shafts. So that means you don't have a scenario where, we've lost this room, you know, also all these things go. Constant variable transmission, there's all sorts of things which could well have been developed if you continue working on it, or continuously variable transmission, depends on who I think it's.
I'm now trying to think what a rubber band that could take somewhere in the region of 15,000 horsepower would look like.
It won't be a rubber band.
Actual CVTs, they use a spring steel link belt system type thingamadigger.
Mm-hmm. It's
When they explode, when the CVT belts fail, it looks like a whole bunch of metal splinters have just detonated inside the transmission casing.
Yeah, it's fun.
Right. Yeah, that would be one of those bits of engineering things where it's like, yeah, we're kind of coming up for a refit. Anyone do it? Looks around the wardroom. The chief engineer looks around the wardroom. Does anyone have any crew they don't like and want me to stick on the watch to go down there? Because there's a reasonable chance they're just going to be blanked.
No, there's a reasonable chance you put it in an armored box.
For a reason.
But the thing is, you have to remember they're at the early stages of development of this in the 1920s. So we only
they over-engineer it.
They would A, over-engineer it, and B, what the development path would be is an interesting one to think about. But it's a.
I'm trying to think of the layers of over-engineering.
Please, if I start to giggle at some point or any way, shape, or form, there's a poodle who's decided to curl up beneath my legs down there, who's decided to start licking my toes. It's what poodles do. So, shall we open up for more questions?
Oh, yep. I'll take a.
And we can answer black horses. How
important were floating dry docks, and what's the most unique use of them? They're incredibly important.
Chunky cells, I'm thinking actually fairly smooth puree.
They are incredibly smooth. They're incredibly useful. What was the most unique use of them? They've been used for so many different things. Submarines, I can think of one story where a submarine wasn't surfacing and they managed to pull it onto a floating dry dock and pull it up that way by having the floating dry dock come up with the submarine on it. But that was in a book which was actually turned out to never be published. So I'm not sure if I should be talking about that book. It was all about things that have happened with nuclear submarines. Especially in the early days when they were really fun. Honestly, floating dry docks have been used for everything you can imagine dry docks could be used for, up to including the actual complete repair of Turkish battleships, or rather Turkish battlecruiser, the Yavuz, which was of course the German.
The Turks did a good job on that.
Yeah, they did, and floating dry docks are honestly, they're something that you probably should see more people investing in these worlds, because at the moment they are a very good way of having infrastructure resiliency close to operational areas, in that you can, if your dry docks close to the operational area are damaged, you can you can bring in a floating dry dock to support you, and that's certainly what the Royal Navy treated them as. They moved them all over the place. One of the things you should think, though, is the Royal Navy moved some of these dry docks around during World War II. During the middle of the war, they moved the floating dry dock. The amount of security that goes onto those convoys is obscene. The Germans never got close to them. That's how valuable they were.
Mm.
But surely, Dr. Clarke, any modern war would be over too quickly to make use of such assets, so we don't need them at all.
Don't even look.
It's points which like that which make me wish that this was Scotch rather than Iron Brew.
Yeah, they are, because they're also that they're not. The argument would be, it's what's going to give you the ships in service when you need them.
Thank you,
Because
Cody88.
it's that. Yeah.
What happened? What happened?
Cody88 subscribed to the channel for 14 months.
Hey! Oh yeah, it's on Twitch. Whoop whoop. Celebrate good times. Come on. Na 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 na. Hey, Fleet singing.
Make it stop! Make it stop!
Oh come on! It's not that bad.
Oh yeah, Edward Green, in nicest way, floating the floating dry docks. Just you look at and some of the movements when they're moving them. They literally tend to have a battleship, cruisers, carriers. It's just the whole. So again, why are the Royal Navy not doing any major operations this month for this year of the war? There was a floating dry dock being moved. So that's where excuse me a second.
Well, so the other thing is that some of the World War II era ones are still in use. This is the other thing about them. They keep going for an incredibly long time.
Mm-hmm.
With the floating dry docks. They are a beautiful asset. And
World War II,
there's
there
a
are
list
some
of
World War I era ones still in use. I think there's one still in use, which dates itself back to the original floating dry dock. It's been modified and upgraded over the years to the 1900s.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're one of those things that just don't stop working. And
okay.
it doesn't have to be pretty, but
Come and check on me. I'm good. I sneeze. I'm okay. Sorry. Poodle.
No, you're not. I haven't seen you.
Yeah.
I sneezed and the poodle had to come out immediately to check on me.
Yeah. Daniel Phillips's question.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Would you say a navy needs a cheap light security, a medium moderate for mass, and a heavy and expensive premium for command, plus special units as tech required?
Yes, pretty much.
That's pretty much about what Mo's saying for.
We've seen that since the classic age of sail through to the modern day. That basically all of that, like every single one of those roles has existed. Almost, I won't say since time immemorial, since you've had fairly uniform fleets in the classical era. You had a ship that, although there were some edge cases, but for the most time you had a warship.
No, and as Thomas Cholik points out, dry dock of Theseus, no, because you just pulled the ship of Theseus out of the water. No, you had different sizes at that stage. Because you had your small, fast little galleys, you had your mega ones, which were probably of questionable value, but would at least give you a good command platform. And then you have your kind of your equivalent of the 74s, or whatever is the happy medium of the day. I'm not quite sure what to say. The medium to say was for World War II. I want to say it's cruisers, but I'm not sure it is. Anyway, that's a different point. I've wandered off the point, but yeah. So I think the kind of, it's not so much light security; it's light for things where you need to have something, but it almost doesn't matter what.
Colonial gunboat isms intensify.
Yeah, pretty much. Provided it can keep up with everything else, so it's not left behind. Yeah.
Yeah. P.A. Thomas, in 1925, the Royal Navy estimated 25 cruisers were needed for trade protection. How did they arrive at this number? They were looking at what trade they were going to have to protect, and they were looking at the likely patrol areas and where they needed to go. So if you look at, again, I've done videos about this, how the Royal Navy keeps up a constant map of where the trade is going on in the world, what trade's going on. And also, there's 25 cruisers needed for one scenario. There's another scenario where they need slightly more than that, and there's another scenario where they need less. So basically, if
But
you're
it-
fighting a war
and
against the Italians, you need less than if you're fighting a war against the Japanese. Because whilst the Japanese can be just as easily locked off as the Italians, you need to cover significantly more territory to lock off the Japanese than you do to cover off the Italians.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And this is where they got that 70 cruiser figure, because the other part was to do with maintaining.
It was to do
Kind of-
with covering the trade protection, and then it comes to also
Oh.
what they're going to be doing in terms of fleet operations. And honestly, most
Yeah.
of the trade protection cruisers were usually things like. It depends on what level of trade protection you're talking about. If you're talking about convoy escort, you're talking about older cruisers. If you're talking about response forces, then you're talking about newer cruisers.
Yeah.
Hello.
But they did think it through, and it also included having ships out of service in routine maintenance and stuff.
Now, friends, what would the Royal Navy
Uh,
look like if the UK adopted one of the BAE supersonic STOVL fighter designs in the 1980s? Would the F-35B exist? Would Tempest be STOVL? On Tempest being STOVL, that's going to depend on a lot of different variables. And as I've talked about in the politics of the Queen Elizabeth class and their construction, and why they've been built as they were, that there was a lot of politics about STOVL versus regular sort of irregular fixed wing aviation. But I would say if the Royal Navy had adopted it, it's going to have an interesting impact on the F-35 program. Would the F-35B exist? Probably yes, but it would have, in nicest way, it would have had an even higher bar it would need to clear to be replacing it, because I could imagine the Americans would have got involved in that as well. But you'd still be talking about something which is coming into service roughly 40 years after it came into service. So yes, you'd still be looking at replacing the 1980s aircraft probably now. You'd probably still be doing something like F-35B, but the F-35 program itself could be different. Good luck, P.A. Thomas. If anyone's just joining into the stream now and doesn't realise what is happening, that is a poodle's bouffon I'm patting. I just realised there was this fluffy thing off the one side, just moving around. I'm just going, yeah.
no, it's a microphone. Honest. In one of those fluffy covers.
Pop filter.
Did the Lord Chandel, did the 2-pounder pom-pom have the same production issues that the 40mm Bofors had? No, it had different problems.
It had different problems, but also you have to remember the pom-pom had been in production since about
World War One, virtually.
Before World War One, though, that the gun had actually been in production. It's been used as pom-pom as an AA gun since World War One, but it was honestly in production. We're talking 1910-ish, I want to say. I don't know why I'm saying 1910, but I think 1910 was when there was a 2-pounder, which is basically the one which comes to pom-pom. Was in production. Some of the 1890s. The gun barrel system had been definitely 1890s, but I think the mechanism for the firing mechanism and etc. it was about 1910. Yeah, it's been in production. That's the reason why you don't hear the same problems when people start talking about it in World War II. They're going, it's so reliable. It's because it's already been in production for roughly 30 years. If you haven't sorted out the problems by then frankly, it's on you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or you're just flat out not going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the issues the Bofors had were...
There were, as I said, the barrels were in use. Some of the earlier versions of the guns were in use in the Spanish-American War. But that's not the mechanism that becomes the pom-pom. It's the barrel.
Because I'm trying to remember weren't some of the issues with the Bofors to do with it being metric because it was Swedish, and
it was also because the Bofors were basically, they just got the pom-pom. They decided the pom-pom didn't fit their needs. They developed it under license into the Bofors, which is basically an evolution of the pom-pom. And so you've got a British system which has been evolved and developed by the Swedes, and then the Americans trying to translate that into American. And you've got the fact that the Swedes gave them the British measurements because they presumed, because the British and the Americans used theoretically the same measurement system, or at least the same names for the measurements, they'd be the same. Found out they weren't the same, and that had caused more problems than anything else.
Yeah, and didn't the Swedes have the same idea as the British, that you filed and you shaped things that got stamped out that were roughly the right shape, as opposed to the American, no, you punch it out at the right shape already, and then that's and then you can just put it all together.
They all
and it's interchangeable.
They all pretty much have that idea. When we're talking about pom-poms, the sheer volume of mass production that they're going on, there is this idea that the Americans are sometimes unique in this thing, and they're not. The others are all, to an extent, pushing this, etc. It's just the Americans do it on such a large scale.
Well, it's also the Americans, when they're with quite a few of these things, the British are, because the British way that the British way of doing it traditionally, when it's been fairly small amounts, has been had more allowances and then more of that craftsman finish.
Yeah.
And then when they scale up, that's kind of what they're scaling up to some extent. Whereas the American one, I think, is more.
I think there's also the fact the Americans from the get-go, from the outset, are doing mass production. So they get the mass production reputation. Yeah. Whereas the British start off, they're going, we're ordering 100 of these. That's very different than when they're ordering 10,000 barrels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. The Americans go straight in with we're ordering 10,000. And so you set things up that way from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ethan Yang, do you think it'd be possible for the GCAT to operate GCAT from the Cumulus class carriers?
Probably not, because it's looking like it's going to be a Raptor replacement.
Yeah.
Or
why would
analog.
you want to operate GCAT from the Cumulus carriers? It's all SCAF. I don't think either of them are going to be Vistal.
I guess a different way to phrase it is, you could, but that kind of undercuts the point of at least the GCAP program.
And also, the British have their own next generation one called the Tempest program. So why would they be going for the German one or the German one or the American program? If they're going to pay to adapt one of those to the Queen Elizabeth class, wouldn't they go with the British program?
GCAP is a joint venture between you guys, the Italians, and the Japanese. At least that's what the Google is returning. But
yes. GCAP is what Tempest evolved into.
GCAP, is what it has evolved into. It's Tempest one. Sorry, I was getting confused with the American one, which is. They're just all the. They're all so similar.
Yeah. Honestly, all of these projects feel as though they are so far away from an actual operational aircraft that from an outsider point of view, there's very little point in trying to keep tabs on anything, because it's just.
The American one is NGAD.
The Americans have two. They have NGAD and the Navy one, which is F, which is I think is what is it? I forgot the designation. Perun literally did a video on it today, and I've forgotten what he said. But the Americans have two 6th generation fighter programs and the bomber program, of course, as well.
Yeah, but
which is no way just going to be an upgraded B-52.
SCAF.
No, it already exists. It's B-21 Raider.
Yeah, it's not the camera. But in terms of talking, SCAF is SCAF is much smaller than GCAP in order to say carrier capable. But the thing is, it's not gonna. If it's produced in a carrier version, it's being produced in a Catabar version for the French. In which case, that would mean the British will have to rebuild their carriers. And not only will they have to rebuild their carriers, they'll have to change their carriers from a system which is built into the Anglo-American operating system to the to an Anglo-French system, which is just going to add even more money onto it and even more cost. Now, politics might change that, but I doubt it's going to. I think probably the British will end up with whatever the F-35B successor is. They'll probably end up with that.
Yeah, because here's the thing. The F-35 is, well, it's not cutting edge, but it's pretty much, it's pretty good right now. What needs replacing for the British aerial forces now is not the F-35s. It's Typhoon. Typhoon needs a up-to-date replacement. So that
that's why you run two fleets at the same time, because every fleet has a sort of sine wave of capability, right? In terms of they reach their maximum capability when they're still the point at which their technology is capable, but also you've built up enough operating experience to really get the best out of the airframe, right? So you do that, and that's why you want to have two assignments. And Typhoon at the moment is probably at its point of just about to start going down. F-35 is coming up. And so when the Typhoon reaches the bottom, that's when you have to replace the Typhoon. And so that's what Tempest is about, is replacing the Typhoon. So that's what that sort of program is about.
They're all, honestly, Britain, Japan, and Italy are on the right timescale. So they want to get they want in service by 2035.
Yeah.
And they're going to fly the prototype next year. Honestly, that's about the right timescale for replacement of the various 4.5 and 4th gen aircraft they all operate.
And Typhoon is getting a very big update. Yes, because it's probably going to still be operational for another decade, because that's probably going to be how long it's going to take before Tempest starts coming into service. So
you're not looking at.
I have this argument with people regularly because they go, "We've got this coming down the road, so we should either sell this or not bother to upgrade it." You're going, "When's that going to be into service?" About a decade. So you presume you're not going to need to do anything for the next 10 years.
This is the thing. Everyone, and I mean everybody, from China through the US, through Italy, through Japan, through Russia, everybody who's looking at 6th gen is looking at mid to late 2030s or possibly 2040s for the introduction of these assets. Make no mistake, it is still and will likely still be the era of the 5th gen fighter for at least the decade to come, if not more.
And the 4.5 gen.
Yeah.
4.5 5th gen is going to, and by the way, the 5.5, the 5.5 gen and the 6th gen are going to be around with each other for quite a while. Because what you're usually looking for, if you're looking for mass, it's going to be a 4.5 gen aircraft, a 5 gen. There'll be a 5.5 gen aircraft, which will be the mass, and there'll be a 6th gen. And the main thing about the 6th gen they're looking for is the level of interconnectivity between the systems. And
right, that's it. No, it would you'd cut the numbers. You wouldn't cut the whole programs like this, because they are
multinational defense and defense programs like those systems are job creation schemes, as well as pretty much.
And it's the massive R&D and things. It's you're going to run through those programs.
And also, one thing to point out is that a lot of these, at least in the U.S. parlance, I don't know how the UK or Japan or Italy handles their budgeting, but in U.S., the stuff that you're seeing, the programs that you're seeing now were probably paid for 2, 5, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It's why some people like to take the, make jokes about, well, the U.S. shut this base down, and then contractors came in 3 weeks later and put all new lighting throughout the entire base. Because 4 years ago, Congress approved money and spent, in air quotes, the money to put new lighting throughout the entire base. And it would quite literally take an act of Congress to revoke those contracts and get that money back.
Yeah.
Not that you would get all of it back anyway, but
what I would also like to say is just very quickly, I know this may get me shot by certain members of the audience, but to quote Laserpig in the video he did about the Challenger 2, Britain needs several things for its defense. It needs a good integrated air defense network, which it has. It needs a decent air force, which it has. It needs a powerful navy, which it almost has. So anything that comes under those criteria is extremely unlikely to get cuts. So Albion and Bulwark, yes, they provide amphibious capability, but they don't contribute to the ability of the Royal Navy to defend the UK. So you notice the Type 45s are still getting their upgrades. We're still proceeding with
the
the
interesting
Type...
thing is about the Albion and Bulwark is, by the way, is they announced they were cutting, and then they got the reminder from NATO. You do realise you're supposed to still provide a brigade to defence of Norway, and that's what's
did that
caused
not stop?
that didn't stop it, but the government is suddenly now having a mild panic attack, and that's why you've heard all those things about them talking about maybe we're not going to get rid of them, maybe we are, maybe not, and all the stuff going on, and he's sitting there going, so you guys forgot about the brigade to Norway.
I will point out that the Labour. I will point out the Labour government hasn't been in power for nearly a decade and a half, so I'm not surprised they forgot.
The thing was, there were a lot of people reminding them, you didn't... No, we're not still on this. And it was only when they went to a NATO meeting and everyone was agreeing their order of responsibilities. And once again, they found out the British are supposed to provide that reinforcement brigade to Norway, along with the Dutch. Oh. And it's looking at... And the Anglo-Dutch brigade, the Anglo-Dutch command, sort of Marines brigade, and the British are going, and the British are supposed to provide the command ship for those operations.
Yep.
That was pretty much what the Bay class were for.
Uh-huh.
And that's a whole fun question.
Well, the thing, if there are a few programs that are definitely not going to get cut, I can say this with I can pretty much say this with some degree of confidence. Tempest is not going to get cut because it's a multinational program that is basically guaranteed to deliver something.
Mm-hmm.
The new frigates are not going to get cut because we need them, and basically, on both sides of the political spectrum agree on that, so they're not going to get cut. The UK's new ballistic missile submarines and the follow-ons to the Astute are not going to get cut. One, because the ballistic missile submarines are a strategic imperative. Two, because, again, the submarine program is a multinational scheme with the Canadians and the Australians, which is going to lead to increased buy-in and unit price coming down.
The AUKUS doesn't yet include the Canadians. It's the Americans.
Sorry, yeah, AUKUS is the Americans and the Australians, yeah. So, sorry, yeah, as I said, multinational buy-in.
Canadians could soon be joining into it, though. The Canadians are apparently asking for discussions. There are some people say they're asking for discussions, some people say they're not. So that's a whole thing up in the air mode. Be interesting to see.
So like I say, if it's anything related to the actual fighting power of the Navy, the actual fighting power of the Air Force, and surface-to-air and anti-missile defense for the UK proper, those things are unlikely to ever get cut in this modern era, especially as governments are slowly starting to realize that it is no longer the end of history.
Yeah, slowly.
The short stick always goes to the army, however.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Bug Guy 629. If the USS Iowa had exploded and sank when she had her turret explosion, would anything happen besides her sisters being retired sooner?
Her sisters would be retired sooner. They'd be very carefully poked with a stick, and all of their ammunition would be checked.
Yeah.
But it would likely not lead to them being retired sooner. Although a lot of the museums would basically never, ever, ever let them out of their sights again once they are retired.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, they never had them in their sights before they were retired in the 90s, so, Because to my knowledge, none of the Iowas were made museum ships and then called back to the colors.
No, they were not.
They weren't, but there were agreements already in place that they were going to be museums. They were already starting to form the financial funding, etc., and everything for them. There is a reason why the Iowas have such a seamless integration into forming museum organizations. Those things have been underplanned for a while. Night Cigar 31, is the idea of the N3 and G3, Yamato and Iowa 20 years earlier, a post-war thing? And if so, who started it? It's a post-war thing, and it started by people who honestly are seeking for, are looking for something to easily give you an image in their mind, in your mind of what they're valuable, because those are more tangible assets. But in reality, the Yamato is still faster than the M3. The N3's...
Yeah.
The N3,
25 knots with the N3, Yamato's 26.5.
Yeah, and the Iowas are fast battleships. The G3s are battle cruisers. And
Yeah, and I
please
would
note,
also
they
point
are
out that the
battle cruisers. They're not
Yeah.
even.
Yeah, I know.
They could be. With some modifications, they could become the first ever fully armored battle cruiser, a la Vanguard. But Vanguard is still not a fast battleship because she still doesn't have the subdivision of it. That's why she's called a fully armored battle cruiser, because she has the armoring that would make her a fast battleship, but on the outside, but the internals of a battle cruiser. Hence the description of her name, because it's an accurate description of what she is.
Yeah. I would also point out very quickly that our esteemed colleague Drakinifel has often, and during his G3 video, referred to them as ships with the specification of the Iowas 20 years earlier. So he is somewhat contributing to this.
I know. He and I have like to have conversation about that. And if I can get him back on Two Historians again, which I'm going to recording some more episodes of soon. I'm going to have a discussion. It's going to be a long discussion about. It's going to be a long discussion about.
Oh wait, no, I can't have it both ways, can I? I can't have it both ways, can I? I'm either a historian or I'm not, and I don't want to be a historian.
Well,
I'm the intro guy. I am the intro guy.
I mean, you know, if Drac is the God Emperor of mankind, I mean, the God Emperor did share a little bit of massaged information from time to time to time
Yeah.
to time.
To time. Take care, KG.
What if the information about the Yamato class capabilities would have been leaked to the world in the early design phase? How would that have changed the ship designs and building schedule?
Oh, you know that whole
Montana's.
You know that discussion the British were having about the 14-inch. If you have, because if you consider when the Iowas are laid, the Yamato class are laid down, and when if they're let's say while they're under construction, those designs are leaked, so they are laid down in November 1907 and March 1983.
Well,
if you get the results coming to Britain, etc., coming out in, let's say, January 1938. Well, what can they really do, What can they really do? For the British, if it's come out in January 1938, then the KGVs are all laid down. They're all running. They're all laid down. The only option...
Dr. Clarke.
Yeah?
Small point of order. The way that Team you structured the question, this would be the Yamato class's design phase.
So if it comes out before the King George V class are laid down, then the King George V's are not going to be 14-inch gun ships. They're probably going to be 15-inch because that's the other gun program the British have going at the time. The British don't have a 16-inch gun program that's going at a level at which they can turn it into a battleship at that point. So then they become 9 15-inch 15-inch 45 gun ships, with the 15-inch 45 program upgrading the rest of the Royal Navy quite as quickly as it can. Then they'll be working on a 16-inch gun ships. That's the sort of scenario you're looking at.
My question would be: Do they take it seriously? Because it's really easy to make designs, but they're not worth anything until you've ordered steel.
The British would take it seriously. The Americans would not.
Okay.
And the reason the British would take it seriously is because you have to remember the Royal Navy have been allies with enough times with the Japanese. They know the Japanese design practices. They know that they have more faith in it. It's well-known fact through the scenario that the British took the Long Lance seriously because when they received information about it, they believed it, and they even believed the Yamatos were armed with 17.1 inch, 17.5 inch guns, not 18-inch, and just from picture analysis. So the Americans have, to an extent, they have too many people in Washington dictating what they should think about the Japanese, who don't have experience of the Japanese. The Royal Navy still has enough people in London and in the Royal Navy itself who've never experienced the Japanese who will have the prejudice, but they have enough people who served in the Far East and served alongside the Japanese and know them from World War I, etc., that they take it, they have a different reaction to it. The interesting thing would be, the Royal Navy. Basically, if it comes out early enough, Henderson uses that information to get his dream ship built for the King George V. And if he gets it early enough, he uses it to get the 16-inch gun program through for the King George V, and they basically turn out like the Lion class. So we're talking 30-knot ships with similar belt armor and 9 16-inch guns. at the least, he gets.
Yeah, I don't. Yes, it's kind of racism nights, but it's also
It's not such racism as it's a. There is racism as part of it, but it's also a simple reading that Japan is much smaller. It has a much smaller infrastructure industry, therefore it cannot possibly be competing with us. And you get that in people talking about it today, because the amount of times I talk about Japan as I go, they were a technological peer of the United States in 1939, 1941, and people go, no, they weren't. They were never a peer. Never a peer. They were nowhere near us. You sort of go, if they were nowhere near you, then how do they do as well as they did in the beginning of World War II?
yeah, it's far less. I mean, there is always an element of arrogance to racism, but it is far more an arrogance problem. In some cases, it's a well-founded arrogance, but still arrogance problem than it is a pure racism problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a national it's not racism. It's not based on race. It's based on national arrogance and stereotyping.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, okay, it is a hair's breadth away from racism.
It's a foundation
It's
towards
roommates with racism.
No, it's
Yeah.
like,
They were roommates.
One of the things I have trouble with. Some people say, you shouldn't even have pride in your own country because that's taking you down to racism, etc. And these things. And I go, no, there are gradations of things, and being proud of your country and thinking it could be a force for good in the world and actually liking your country is not necessarily a bad thing. It's liking it unquestionably, always believing it's right, always believing it's perfect. That's when you're in the problem. And
if you believe it's always perfect, but whenever it's not perfect, it's because of that group of people over there.
Yeah.
That's when you go from a good, healthy amount of pride and or patriotism, depending upon your preferred phrasing, to full-bore hostile nationalism.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you've always got to be. The thing is, it's kind of thing. All these things, everything's fine in moderation. Usually, everything liking your country is fine if you're moderate in moderation. It's when it takes over everything else. It's it's like drinking. It's fine in moderation. It's not good if it takes over your life. And it's the same with anything, any passion, anything. If it takes over your life, it's not necessarily good. Other than naval history, which if you're like me, you do 24/7, 7 days a week, 24/7, 52 weeks of the year. Oh yeah,
and you're fine.
That's great. That's great. And
Listen,
the fact that I have no social life other than naval history, that the highlight of my week is talking to all of you on a Sunday evening, and that you're actually the first non-familial people I've had a long conversation with for the last 5 days, other than builders who've come to this house, is a sign of a well-functioning life, honestly.
Listen. My Warhammer hobby is perfectly fine. I have it completely under control. These are just choices, and I make them all consciously and knowingly, and it's just perfectly fine, and there's nothing wrong with it. Leave me alone. I'll just buy a whole new army box.
I wish I had money to spend on things. I wish I could do that.
As I've said before, it's not necessarily that I have money; it's that I'm stupid.
No, the difference is you have some money to be stupid with. I have none. Please, I help. Please.
Look, the nicest way, after spending $2,000 on a tax paying $2,000 to the government for my tax bill, and spending about twice that amount on new fencing and walling to rebuild the wall and fencing in the back garden, because the entire fence and wall came down, and it was a case of how quickly can I do this myself versus how quickly could a crew come in and do it, and deciding that basically the quickest way and safest way for the dogs was to get people in to do it. Yeah, and you can't talk about being Brassic until you've spent literally you've spent that amount of money in that was literally everything of mine and because the house is shared between me and my sister. It was both of us have basically gone, ouch. I had the tax bill. She didn't. She is PAYE for all her her income. I'm only PAYE for 2 of my income streams. Oh,
Words.
it's expensive.
Having
Tax
having
is
money to
expensive.
spend is a terrible thing. You end up with things like this.
Stop rubbing it in. Stop being
It's only
cruel.
a little, Harry.
I'm still getting packs of the parts delivered about my Belfast. Don't rub it in. It was so much money. I had money in my account, and then I had a tax bill, and then I had the fence, and now I have no money. It's just...
So you didn't want to see the Iowa as well?
Oh, cruelty! Stop it!
Lion, it's more that I have poor impulse control.
Okay.
It's far more that I have poor impulse
That was
control.
Enterprise. That was Enterprise. It's a beautiful model.
I guess you
Look,
could say.
Stop it!
I guess you could
Stop
say.
it! You're just being cruel now, Dan. You're being cruel. I'm gonna look
All right.
away.
I
guess
have to I have to be at work in 12 and a half hours.
Okay, so let's go
So,
to
I'm gonna kick us
Night,
down the road a little bit.
Nightshade System. The last hurrah of the gun cruiser. How would a Tiger have fared as part of the task force in Central Falklands? Basically, if it had been used as the command ship and a vessel sitting in San Carlos Bay, Commodore Clarke would have been ecstatic. A, he'd have had a room for his staff and a decent accommodations. B, he'd have had those 3-inch guns. And he'd have used them to dominate San Carlos Bay. And all the stuff which got killed in that area wouldn't have been killed because every time a Argentinian aircraft popped up over the area, it would have gone, oh, frigate! There is so much shrapnel in the air with me! And got away quickly.
I love the thing on the Iowa class that you can pop out the rear turret and you've got the shells in the... Isn't that cute?
All those who vote that Dan is just doing unnecessary cruelty to the rest of the panel say A.
I.
That's it. The A's have it. Matthew Blairen. Why has the US Navy shifted away from Catabar assets like S3 and C2 towards helicopter, ASW, and V-22 COD? It's financial. It's cost. It's cost effectiveness. They can be part of larger fleets, larger forces, and you don't necessarily need them to be that. To be a fixed wing asset for them to be viable. I do think the I do think the S3 might make a playback, but it is a cost thing. It is a cost. Yeah. Where do you get those models from?
So
they're all Dan. The models all come from, don't they? They're Polish company.
Yeah, so they're Kobe, but I buy them. So in the UK, I get them from a small. I've either got my models from the Tank Museum generally, who have a really good array of them, or from there's a small company called Brick Models. So although Amazon do have them, I managed to mostly give the profits to other people, which, given how much I give Amazon anyway, is probably not a bad thing. Yeah. Tank Museum have such a wonderful array of random stuff that has nothing to do with tanks.
Yeah.
I have a big box of random stuff I bought from them to get like the free shipping in their January sale, which I still haven't fully unloaded.
Does anyone happen to know where the 50mm base for my mortar team went?
No, but I'm going to let you start the next question without me, because I'm going to go find out why there's a strange noise coming from the outside my door. I think I might have a corgi there complaining.
Okay, Matthew Blarians, why has the U.S. Navy shifted away from Catabar assets like the S3 and C2 towards helicopter, ASW, and V-22 carrier onboard delivery? Probably because it's easier to get a V-22 to land on the back of an Arleigh Burke than it is to get a Greyhound to land on the back of an Arleigh Burke.
And also,
And
you know,
going 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 to
helicopters are-
Hilo ASW means that you can reduce the number of spare part streams you need to have going into a deployed fleet or task force.
Mhm.
So,
And also, you know, there's the fact that the Viking was a wonderful aircraft, but bloody heck, did it cost a heck of a lot to run, especially as it aged.
Yeah. I mean that. Yeah, I think it's that you can now get the capabilities with rotary wing, where a generation ago you probably couldn't, or not as well. Well, maybe one generation ago you could have, but yeah, I think it's because they now have they can, so they are, and yeah, it's reducing the number of part streams. It's reducing it's reducing the wear and tear on them because they're not having to do crash landings every time they come in. Yeah.
all right. So
That feels
for
like
Yeah,
enough.
if Tillman is designing a maximum carrier, it's
Well,
just
read
going
off
to
the
be
question.
massive.
because we didn't read off the question yet. I was just about to jump to that
Oh.
one.
Okay.
Jonathan Moon. It's shortly after World War II, and Tillman now designs a maximum carrier. Inspired by the Doolittle raid, it must be able to operate B-25s. What would it look like? It's Tillman. Doesn't need to be sensible. My money's on the USS America program, or United States program, excuse me. And I'm assuming that we're going to resurrect Tillman, or maybe Tillman will forcibly possess someone in South Carolina. It's Tillman.
I it's gonna basically they're gonna have England.
Do we really want to resurrect him?
I think it's
Look.
more like a leash. He's more like a leash or something. I'm not sure we want to resurrect him. I think he's resurrected himself.
Yeah, but look, put the politics in a nice way. Put the politics to one side, because we all know he was an awful, actually, human being. But the thing is, politics aside, he was actually an animal when it came to getting what he wanted for Charleston, in terms of his politics. But let's leave that to one side. If he's designing maximum carrier, yeah, it would be colossal. It would be.
Yeah,
the USS America. You know, USS. Was it America or United States? I'm trying to remember. United States. That would have been the entry level version of it. RG, silly question. After the 1936 treaty is dissolved, both the Royal Navy and US Navy find a fleet each of new cruisers fully supplied appear, equal in tonnage to the total Liberty ships. What happens? They have parties. I mean, literally, they have parties. But also, it becomes a scenario where the Royal Navy and the US Navy are probably just chucking cruisers at any problem. Because you have so many, you'd have literally triple-digit cruiser numbers. The Royal Navy and US Navy would be just ecstatic. It'd be a case of, we have a problem! Chuck a dozen cruisers at it! We no longer have a problem. How many cruisers did we lose? 4? Oh! That's annoying. We'll need to sort that out. We don't like to use 4. We should have struck 16 at it. We'd have lost less. Basically, you'd have scenarios like Bismarck at the Battle of Denmark Straits would be facing off against 24 cruisers.
And that would kill her. That would actually kill her.
That would kill her very nastily. Because if you've got 24 cruisers gunning for you, you might go, I can individually kill any one of you. Yes.
But you can't kill all 24 of us before we put you to the bottom.
The sheer amount of torpedoes that are now coming in your direction, because we can each have broadsides of like 8 torpedoes.
You want to know what the saddest part about that is?
What?
There's still going to be people claiming that she was scuttled.
If you've got 192 torpedoes aiming for you, yes, you might scuttle yourself. But if you do, that's not because you think you're so great. There was also an interesting question here, which I would like to put up in terms of if the Japanese send their Gatos after Prince of Wales and Repulse in 4C, this is from Silent Profiling, and it's not a question, didn't get into the thing, so we don't all answer it, but I'll just answer it quickly. Basically, what happens is the Nagato sisters are two 26.5 knot at best 16-inch gun battleships. They're very solid designs. Prince of Wales and Repulse can both go a lot faster than them. They will go faster. They will keep away from them. They can't. The Prince of Wales can't go fast enough to select its attacking time, so they'll probably just pull back, and they'll just pull back away from them until they get into strike range of aircraft or air support and be able to use that as an advantage. Plus, they've got destroyers of them, so basically, it would be a case of pulling back. And I have no idea. Anyone asks me, I have no idea what Dan is currently playing with. It looks like a... Yeah, he's got a rather large blow-up bullet, and I'm not sure why. We're just going to quickly move on from that and go to RG's... the next question after RG, which is, what is the Doctor's World of War? Is that World of Warships?
World Warships Legends.
Game tag, so I can add him.
Warships Legends.
I honestly can't remember, but I will track it down and I will put it up somewhere. I need to do that because people need to be. Other people like to track me down on these things, and I don't mind people saying hello. It is a PG-13 channel, and I was worried it was something of Natasha's that Dan was using at this point, but it turns out it's not. And sorry, Natasha, that was
Nope.
Yeah.
Done. Move on. Nope.
Colin
nope.
Cameron,
Nope.
A follow-up to the Chinese large service combatant. Would the USN suggest an Iowa rebuild program as a counter to get it through Congress, like they did in the 19th and 19th centuries, just to keep it one bolt?
In short, no. In long, no.
Honestly, you'd more likely get the things like the strike cruiser rebuild. Basically, they'd honestly have to take the Zumwalt hull, scale it up, add in a nuclear power plant, and that's how they go for it if they're going for it. But they might just go, we want to build more carriers instead. But either way, that's going to be a massive program cost for them. Let's put it away. The cheapest option is probably to increase the carrier construction capacity, because they just have to basically increase the size of the yards. And so that's going to be a lot of compulsory projects. That's still going to be expensive, but actually starting off a nuclear-powered cruiser program, or even trying to get an Iowa, that's just going to be even more expensive to the point they're not going to do it.
Yeah. Like, let us make it abundantly clear. We say it enough, but let's say it again. The Iowas cannot be reactivated. And I know Dr. Clarke will say, yes, they can. But he'll also agree with me that practically, the answer is no.
Hi, Dan Calvin. B, the Iowas could only be reactivated if you're prepared to spend a massive amount of money. And styling, profile, and battleships, the Zumwalts are not. What you have is a lot of the press around the Zumwalts has declared they are terrible because there was a lot of stupid decisions taken by Rumsfeld, etc. But actually, the actual baseline ship design, hull design, and power plant systems, etc. are brilliant. What happened is a lot of people dangled stuff on them like Christmas trees, and when those side projects didn't work out, they decided the whole design should be cancelled, which is why the US Navy's in the problem it is now. But actually, the thing is, they'd have been better keeping that going rather than the LCS, because you could do a lot more with the Zumwalt hull than you can do with the LCS. I'm slightly worried by you, my friend. You are obsessing a little bit over that.
Knights
language.
don't min mod.
It's my emotional support 88mm.
Please note, I have seen Dan cradling largish 9.2-inch shells in a similar way. He has a thing that shells are his emotional support creatures. Some of us have poodles. Others have shells.
It's for the 8.8 centimeter Pack 43 from the Tiger 2.
Fun times.
You can tell because in the distance there's a gearbox catching fire. Or transmission, possibly.
9681.
It was amongst the things I got myself.
9681. You either get one or the other is actually probably the more likely thing. If you get all, you would either get, if they decide all to one admiral, they probably do it to all three of the remaining admirals. So you get all three admirals, and then you wouldn't get the Courageous class converted. So you'd either get all 3 admirals or you get all 3 courageous. You're not going to get one and the others. And as said, that would probably lead to 3 Lexingtons being converted, and that would have fun. That would have some fun times. If you want more about why the Zumwalts are actually quite good, look up bilge pumps. I'm sure it's somewhere able to be found. If it's not, it's going to be somewhere else to be found soon. We're sorting that one out. Steve Clarke, the panel has to sort out the pre-World War I Folly of the Destroyer designs for World War II Germany. With the tech available, what do each of you, starting with Fu, Runon, and Dan, think are priorities?
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, that's really simple. See those torpedo boats over there that we're building with the 405mm guns? You see them? Do you know the ones that work? Yes, I do. You see, so what we're going to do is we're going to add 100 tons or 200 tons to them. We're going to stick a 5th mount on, single mount. Yep. You still with me? Yes, I'm with you. Okay, good. And you see that ship that we've now made? Yes? Build that. And do not stop building that. Okay? If I see you try to stick 5-inch guns on it, I will kill you. If I see you trying to stick 6-inch guns on it, you're going to the Russian front. And if I see you trying to make this ship so big that it keels over, I will do unspeakable things to you, Hans.
What do you have against hands?
Um,
Runon, your turn.
For me, 2 mounts, 4, probably a quad or a triple, maybe a pair of them, midships, and then mine lane capability.
Tubes? You mean torpedo tubes?
Yeah.
Good. For a second, I thought it was about guns. Then I was about to have to kill you as well.
And then mine lane capability. A lot of mine lane capability. As much mine lane capability I can.
Fleet versus Hans, round 1. Fight.
as I can put on the dang things without making them top heavy. And I'm going to take whoever in the German design bureaus thought top weight was something that happened to other navies, and I am going to put them in front of a wall.
And now it's your turn, Dan.
I'm going to take the person who doesn't understand top weight issues are a thing that Runon has put by the wall, and I'm going to push them through the wall, face first.
Dan, I was going to do that with an 88 millimeter.
And I'm going to go.
Round, so there's no need to exert yourself.
This is where we sit. If we want to go literally anywhere except the Baltic, we're going into the North Sea. Therefore, we need to worry about what we are going to be dealing with, because it will be messy, it will be ugly. And so we need to worry about top weight. We need to have range. Those insanely high-pressure boiler systems, how reliable are they? How reliable are they when we put them to sea? You haven't tested it? Test it before I'm sticking it in my destroyers. They need to keep up with the battleships and things. So they need range, they need sensible top weight, they need a balanced armament. I am prepared to allow 5-inch guns, nothing bigger though. You can just about manage a 5-inch gun. The Americans have proved that, or will prove that. Depends on exactly the time. And yeah, that's kind of it. And it's like, this is a destroyer. It is not trying to be a cruiser. I know there are things which we call light cruisers, but we want to just hide them and not mention them. Particularly that one called Emden. There is no such thing called Emden.
There's nothing wrong with the new Emden. She's a little bit obsolete by chance, but there's nothing actually wrong with her.
I mean, she can't sail in a stiff breeze.
No, Emden's actually... I thought Emden was fine.
I'm pretty sure. I didn't think she was. I got the impression she had a very, very weak kind of hull design, as did, in fact, all of their light cruisers, that they were kind of not really to be risked in the North Sea, except in very nice conditions in the North Sea.
There is a reason why even Emden doesn't really provide operations for the North Sea.
Yeah.
She does do it, but she does do it, and she's better than most, but she's still not great.
Yeah, it's like we just need a destroyer. Stop trying to be something else, and don't be too small. You know, because we want you to be able to get beyond the Royal Navy and then go somewhere else and do something. Although I still don't. I mean, there is a question as to quite what you're trying to do with them, but probably because the thing is that if you're the German Navy, you can't predict that you're going to have the good fortune to get both Norway and France to open up your ability to deploy big units into the Atlantic. So you're probably looking at having to fight your way out of the North Sea, either along the Channel or past Norway and round. So you need destroyers that can do that, basically. And then come back, which is going to be ugly. Really ugly. In fact, you may decide that you don't want destroyers for that because they're not going to be able to make it. And if you try to make them do that, then they're not going to be destroyers anymore. They're going to be cruisers.
Yeah,
in which case they'll cruise.
The Nürnbergs are even worse.
Yeah, So I think, then the idea would be actually you need cruisers, and what you don't really need destroyers. You need local torpedo boats for close-in work, and so you probably wouldn't build destroyers at all, really. And at that stage, then when you do suddenly find yourself with what you end up with, you don't really have any. You don't have the destroyers to exploit it, but that's because you didn't expect to roll 3 natural 20s in a row, virtually.
Black Horse, what did you mean about Sir William Parker crying, I'm ill, I'm ill, I'm ill? Basically, he was too ill to be First Sea Lord, but what was best for him was to be deployed to the Mediterranean Fleet. Far away from the politicians and where it was money, and he went off and commanded the Mediterranean Fleet. It's brilliant. It's terrible. Sir William Parker was, he was devastating. He was too ill to be First Sea Lord, and how would he resolve this? Put me back in charge of the Mediterranean Fleet, far away from all of you. That was just spectacular. He was ecstatic with it. He did well as well.
I'm going to need to head to bed within about 15 minutes.
That's good. Well,
because I too have work.
Don't worry, it will come in the conclusion. How did the fluffy researchers get along when you were gone? They do quite well. They're both pretty good fluffs. They get along quite well, as well as they will ever get. In a nicest way. They have their disagreements from time to time. I won't pretend they don't. But usually those disagreements are arguments over who can have which lap. And who's got which toy, and the fact that both of them seem to sometimes develop a habit of, ooh, you're playing that toy, I like that, and we basically have to step in and go, no, there it is, that's their toy, leave it be. They're dogs, they're good. Poseidon 7307. HMS Rodney and HMS Nelson show up in Portsmouth today in pristine condition, with replacement barrels on board and munitions in their hold. What do you believe happens to them?
Immediately inducted into the Royal Navy as its premier fleet, as its premier heavy assets after a quick rebuild. I'm sorry, but that's 2 very, very valuable assets with more perfect conversion candidates for guided missile battleships you could not find.
Pretty much.
You have so much distance between the guns and the rear of the ship, with lots of space you can clear up by removing the 6-inch guns that you don't need anymore.
You can put in space for hangar facilities. You can put in space for all sorts of things. The main thing they're going to have trouble is training up the crew for them, but they can do that. The other thing is that
You
if they're doing a
probably-
big enough conversion to getting rid of 6-inch guns, etc., you might find the power plants get turned over to gas turbine, to the Queen Elizabeth class power supply.
Yeah, because
I
problem
mean,
is, when was the last time the Royal Navy operated an oil-fired, steam-driven warship, Dr. Clarke? How long has it been?
Long enough that me and Drac were probably getting phone calls about the history of it.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I think a conversion to
And
gas turbine is
also-
likely.
Also, too, Knight, if you're going to rip the rear superstructure apart to put a VLS farm on it,
No, we're not.
at that point, getting
No,
access to
no.
the engineering spaces is not that big of an ask.
It's
You're
more
probably
likely
not going to
it's
see VLS farm.
it's
No,
more
it's
likely
not.
C turret gets removed for a VLS farm than anything else.
I honestly don't see it. My personal pick would be you keep all 9 of the guns, because that's very impressive as a presence mission and also quite useful. And also, what you probably see is you're not looking at these vessels slinging missiles. So what you're probably looking at them is you're probably actually looking at a pair of single arm launchers per side on either side of the new rear superstructure, helicopter deck aft.
We don't
some
have single
rapid
arm
fire-
launchers, so they would go for a VLS system. But you
Problem
could
is
put
that-
you could put C Scepter in quite easily around the ship.
Yeah, you could do. I mean, the problem is, I'm just thinking. I don't think removing one of the turrets is.
No, but if you're removing the 6-inch guns, you can remove the turrets. Although the 6-inch guns could find themselves getting a new lease of life elsewhere.
Oh, I did just realize actually, if there's no one, there's. Oh, hang on. Why not? Oh, yeah. I just realized, Dr. Clarke, we can just drop in. We can just drop in a small VLS in every single one of the barbette tubes that the 6-inch guns vacate,
Yeah.
and that'll make up for having a larger VLS forward, and
Yeah.
that works. And honestly, you have to do far less work with that than you would have to do for a VLS replacement of the big 16-inch barbette. And it's also far safer from the shock of the guns going off.
Oh yeah.
The other thing is you're going to need to, because you're going to need to build up the superstructure a lot to stick the radars and things on it that you want.
Not really.
Not really, because this is the advantage of the Nelsons. Because you're rebuilding the superstructure anyway, because of the way you're re-engineering them. What you'd probably do is you'd have the sensor fit above the helicopter hangar, so they would look a bit weird when they re-emerged. But
Or
that
you
means
could buy some phased array panels off the Americans and stick them around the hull.
But I'm
Yeah.
just thinking,
Yeah.
if you're going to stick a load more top weight higher up in the ship, getting rid of a turret is an awful lot of weight that you
You
get.
No,
thing is,
because
you don't
that's
really
quite low
need to.
down in comparison to the top
Yeah.
weight. So
Oh, no,
honestly,
so-
and also-
you probably would go with a scenario of literally buying the one of the Aegis systems off SBY.
I would also point out
that's the easiest thing to fit onto that superstructure, rather than trying to fit in.
I would also,
the
and of
thing
course,
on Bruships.
all of the armor that isn't splinter-proof on the superstructure is going to disappear in incredibly rapid fashion. Because you don't need it in the modern era. There's no point getting rid of the belt armor, because that's there, and you can, with modern technology, forge that. That's actually something we can do. So replacement plates shouldn't be too difficult. Just hand Sheffield Forge Masters the plans. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Night Search Shade System. I know there are people who like to claim the 16-inch guns on their rods were not actually that capable, but I think the crew of the Bismarck would disagree with you.
16-inch guns in service, with the possible exception of the Norwegians, who definitely don't have 16-inch guns in service.
Well, those are German 16-inch guns, which is a bit weird. It is a bit weird they've somehow managed to keep them going.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's fun. Have you met Sweden?
But very quickly, just to
If you
say,
look at the relationship between Bofors and Krupp for a long time.
You're talking about how much
So-
time they did Nelson Robbie. Yeah.
the thing is, Steve, you're talking about a lot of that was when they were in action, broadside on, or trying to, for some bizarre reason, fire over their shoulder, which is something that they really shouldn't do and will likely not be cleared to do during the modern era. You'll likely have an arc of fire that doesn't include straight broadside and aft in order to just, mitigate the effects of blast and shock in the modern era. And to be blunt, I find it highly unlikely that they will be firing their guns in such a position where they won't be able to get themselves into an angle where they will be able to not damage themselves most of the time. That being said, however, if they are in a naval engagement where they are firing their guns at an opposing vessel, at that point all bets are off, and the recommendations of the rebuild crews regarding the angles of fire for the guns will go out the window. But again, as I said, it's like with cross-deck firing ships. You don't do it in peacetime, and if you don't need to, but in wartime, all bets are off. But again, I will say that will only likely happen if they're in gun range of something navally. If they're doing shore bombardment, that won't happen.
And again, as I've discussed before in the past, what I often had to come deal with, and the conversation with people going, well, the Royal Navy has this rule about not firing across another turret. And it's because they can't. And you go, well, actually, they can. The thing is, there's a risk if they fire across another turret that it's going to damage the sighting systems and the other systems in the turret below. So they prefer not to do it in peacetime, because in peacetime, you don't need to fire across to do the testing and training to fire across the turret. So that's cost and damage you don't need to risk. In wartime, if that's where the enemy ship is, that's where you fire. But again, if you're using 16-inch guns to engage enemy shipping, then something has seriously gone wrong in the modern world. Those 16-inch guns will be used for all sorts of things. And thank you for clarifying. You're talking about how much damage they did to Nelson Rodney. The thing is, again, with modern rafted machinery, again, this is one of the reasons you rebuild the engines and you rebuild the electronics. Honestly, that's going to do far less damage with rafted machinery.
One other...
Yeah,
I just have one other thought about it. I think Dalrymple Hamilton emerges from the grave when he learns that Rodney has got a modern, 21st century power plant, and
immediately demands his ship be returned to him.
I can easily see these rebuilds breaking 28 knots easily.
No, we put Dalrymple Hamilton in charge. It's 30 knots or more.
It's possible, but what I
in a nice way, the biggest trouble you're going to get is trying to get Drac off them. If they go into existence, it's going to be Drac is going to be more going, mine.
Yeah, I can just imagine them stretched between the two going, all mine, both mine.
Oh, and of course, there is one other thing. Box launcher for harpoon. Just box launchers for harpoons aft.
Oh, BAE has a new BAE has a new system, which is basically an 8-pack of Mark 41 VLS.
Boom, that'll do.
Pump on systems.
That'll do.
It's not even deck penetrating.
That'll do.
Yeah.
I'm
going to answer something from Knight's Age system, and then I'm going to kick us to the next one. Harpoon may not be able to penetrate 13 inches of armor steel.
Yes, it can.
Hang on. Can I finish?
Yes.
But it can put shock effects through it to turn the other side of that 13 inches of steel into a blender for any squidgy organic bit, which is unfortunate enough to be on that side of the armor plate.
Yes.
It's much for muchness.
Yes,
okay.
I would like to add to Ruin on just very, very quickly. If you give Harpoon the right warhead, it'll go through Yamato's turret face.
Lions, in World War I and World War II, which leader would be equivalent to which 40k Primarch?
Good moment for me to step out and say night all, because I don't really have any ideas about this either.
Okay.
So,
Toodles.
Night, everyone.
Night, Dan. Thank you. So, which one do you think it would? Which one's which?
Are we talking political leaders or are we talking combat leaders?
It just says leader. So pick a couple.
Eisenhower's Gulliman. Not the world's greatest combat leader, but an absolute master statesman and logistician.
Cunningham is lion.
Vian would be Khan.
Oh yeah, there is no doubt. I've
got a mental image that there's.
I'm tempted to say that Lee should be Well, you see, if my mum was here, she'd of course go Dante forever. But the question is Primarchs, and I would say Lee, towards my mind, has been closer to the Angel than anyone else.
Wait a minute. Leah Sanguinius?
Yeah.
Oh, King is Angron.
Yeah, King is Angron. That's not difficult. King is Angron. I'm permanently angry.
Keep talking, folks. Fleet's looking for important things.
Fleet's
If you find my 50mm base, let me know.
The fact I've got video moments showing Dan fondling his 88mm shell is worrying me.
Did you have to use that term?
Yes.
He truly was fondling that shell.
You could have used any term you like. Why? Oh, why? Oh, why did you pick that
I think,
one?
honestly, if people have got questions they got planned for tomorrow night's random ramblings, I think one of the questions would be ask the other people, because I have said I haven't. I don't tend to fondle shells, but maybe they do. Ask Fleet which shell he'd like to fondle, like Dan fondles his 88mm.
Nope.
Hello, the ball parakeet. Yeah, it's getting close, definitely. I'd say that's more something Fleet would do than Dan, probably.
Okay. Anyway,
I'm still looking for things. Keep talking about Primarchs. I have important things to find.
The trouble is, because most of the personalities for the Primarchs, realistically, were taken from not World War II personalities, but from historical personalities. They do seem to have taken them out from. When I say historical, I mean the ones. We're talking medieval style personality. Those sort of the big personalities from that period. They do seem to have taken a very much aesthetic on their leadership from what I would call the sort of the Crusading era, the Charlemagne era, which does fit with the history they're talking about. I think that'll do. Well, because I'm struggling to really to attach more to them. Matthew Lance, for Fleet, in which one of your videos do you talk about the 1980s battleship design?
So
in which video didn't he talk about the 1980s battleship design? The man is obsessed with designing a battleship in the 1980s. But basically, the big one comes in the video when he does the Red Fleet with me. That is a big discussion of it.
There is other things as well.
Because I'm the one who forced him into it.
Yeah, but also I will very quickly point out, if I can find it, where is it? Come on, Fleet, use your brain, engage the. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You put it. Come on, find it. Find it. Come on, Fleet, use brain, engage, power.
5.
No.
4.
No, don't you dare. Don't.
3.
I have to be at work.
2.
Okay. Never mind. We'll have to go without the other ones. Right, quickly. Come on, Fleet. Engage brain. Hang on. Head deep hop. Oh, I can't. Another one at a time. Fine.
The problems that the U.S. have had deciding on a replacement for the Burke, would the U.S. be better off using the Constellation or Type 26 for its global presence, anti-submarine ship, and Zumwalt as an AA cruiser?
Not really, but the trouble is you have to remember the Americans for so long were in the one-size-fits-all solution world of the Burks. And that works so long as it's the end of history and you only need to send one ship. The moment you need to start doing graduated presence, etc., they need the Constellation class for more of their presence forward, more forward presence, so they have something to escalate when they call in a Burke or Burke equivalent. The DGX, or whatever the program is that they're calling it now. And then you need almost something above that you can go in. Again, so you can deploy these ships and give a graduated presence to show your interest and involvement in scenarios. It's... yeah. There we go.
I couldn't find the Iowa.
You should really have those in a folder.
I do.
That's ready access.
But for some reason, the Iowa's not there, and I was looking. I couldn't find her.
All right, that's a repeat from Night, or at least a asked and answered from Night. So, Black Horse. What's the difference between a Cassian that can be moved and a gate dry dock system?
It's again a gate dry dock. A Cassian that can be moved is the big difference is how much control you have over the process. So a Cassian can tend to deal with larger volumes of water, but it's a more rudimentary system. So you have to do. You're usually tending to do it in places where you're going to be using things like a crane to move the Cassian. You first pump it out and then use a crane to lift it out. Whereas the gate can move can be moved itself using various using usually a steam house. So it depends on how you're going to manage the system, how you're going to manage the dry dock. But honestly, there's fors and against on both. I would say if you're dealing with a system where you want something which absolutely cannot be accidentally opened or accidentally moved, Cassian depends on where you are, who you're talking to. It depends on... Caisson is what you would tend to get in certain scenarios, but I will tend to call them Cassians for different because of where my linguistics come from. You have to remember what my linguistic line of my English is from, thanks to my dad and I think because the reason some people call them Cassians rather than Caissons is because there is also something called a Caisson, which is something else. We'll leave that to one side. Okay, the joy of the English, and sometimes you differentiate your language to make sure people know what you're talking about. So,
just don't call a chassis a Cassie.
I wouldn't call the chassis a Cassie, but there is no other thing which is called that. It's a Caisson versus a Cassian. Yeah, there are scenarios, but that's the scenario you have going on. They're for different values. I would say if I was doing something for a larger project, which I was more worried about, i.e. an aircraft carrier, etc., I would be very tempted to use a Cassian system because whilst it's more a more interesting system, more how do I put this, rudimentary system, it's also far more difficult for it to go wrong. Okay. For it to be removed, you have to first take the water out from inside it, and then you have to lift it out the way. You have to do multiple steps in the process. If it springs a leak, that isn't going to affect it. Whereas for a gate system is easier because you don't have to do all the work to get it out and out, and it's therefore more efficient in some regards. But it can develop issues. The gate can get stuck. You can get the gate could be could not close properly, and then you can have all sorts of issues. Whereas with Cassian, you don't tend to get that. Colin Cameron, how long did it take other countries to adopt the metal bracing in their wooden ships? Not
Probably
very long.
Contingent upon how good their iron industry was.
And also their need for it. You need to be building ships of a certain size. You need to be building ships which are going to be doing certain things. Yeah, it takes a while. Cassians are size restricted, yeah, but they're size restricted by the size of the cranes you're prepared to use for them. So, for example, there's often discussion of what one we were discussing, in which I think was in which dockyard. I think it was in Newcastle. I think it was used, where people go, well, that couldn't have been used that often because there's only one crane which could lift it. And then we found out pictures, we found discussions which they always talked about tandem lift for it. And of course that means what they found was they were actually using they were using 2 cranes to lift it, which is a more difficult lift. Please don't get me wrong, that is really not an easy lift to do. really, really complicated. Really not something you would prefer to do, and it's very difficult health and safety wise to get that through today these days, tandemless. But that was something they did. So, whilst you're right, there is a sort of size limitation. There isn't really as much of one as is sometimes made out to be. This is coming from working with engineers who've been involved.
For anybody who's wondering what is in my hand, it is a keyhole file. This is a hobby knife with, I think, a number 7 scalpel blade.
Mm-hmm.
I think 11. So, because I say that because I just got a message asking me.
Bug Guy 889, how would the world react if the US made the standards that weren't already built or building the same speed as the Queen Elizabeth and armed with 16-inch guns in response to the Queen Elizabeth? Then you would have a very different scenario going on, probably with some of the naval treaties, because to do that they're going to have to grow in size. You can't just make it go, this ship's now going to be 16-inch and it's going to be the same speed as the Queen Elizabeth. They're going to have to grow in size to accommodate the engine power. They're going to have to get greater length to beam ratio. So they have to grow longer. They're going to have to be made bigger to support 16-inch guns and the shells. So you're going to be talking a massive build-up of those ships. And that's going to be an interesting scenario. I don't think that's going to lead to an all-out naval race with the British, but it could well mean that the British... next generation come along quickly.
Sorry, just to follow up with the person who's messaging me. The reason I don't use a Dremel tool is because I don't have as much control with the Dremel tool as I do with these instruments. So the Dremel tool I found can run away on me and cause damage.
Whereas I think we just sort of discussed the difference between those two things already. Cassians in Devonport were moved by tug. Yeah, that was the other thing. They could be pumped out. If they were light enough when they were pumped out of water, they might be moved by tug. That was another way to move them.
Someone say tugs. Tugs theme song intensifies.
Crane is crane is what many of them moved by, but the other option was if you pump them up enough and you didn't manage to get them to the point at which they had positive buoyancy when they were pumped out, you would move them by tug. But yeah. And it, yeah.
RG, what if U.S. naval spending started again 10 years earlier? How would things change if every year of funding post-1870 happens 10 years earlier? What changes? In all likelihood, the U.S. completely destroys its industrial naval infrastructure doing that. 10 years is too. It's a far enough gap where, great, you have built everything up. Why do we have all this? Slash the budget.
Honestly, what happens is they're having to build up their infrastructure earlier, so they get probably into the naval. They might end up being part of the 2-power standard.
The Spanish-American War happens much earlier. Because bear in mind that the only reason the Spanish-American War didn't happen earlier is because when the Perez clamored for war, the U.S. Navy took them down to to a port. Said, "What's that?" Said, "Oh, it's one of our might ironclads." No, that's a Spanish ironclad having its engine worked on. That ship can roll up our entire navy in an afternoon, and that was an older broadside ironclad of the Spanish Navy. However, if it's 10 years earlier, they'll be brought down and there'll be a very, very angry US turret ship staring at it. Probably something like an American version of Devastation. It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh. Whoops.
Oh boy. I think we hit that question on the head. Push the button!
Matthew Clarence, what country in which historical period best reflects the modern UK's current strategic situation?
Problem with The problem you've got is that there are current technologies that exist right now that have radically changed the way strategic situations are, and it's very difficult to retroactively reverse the historical periods to find an equivalence, because it's not like at no period in the world history prior to about 1980 could a power threaten another power from the world away and do so credibly. I don't think there is one. I don't think there is a situation in history.
One of the things you
where
have
any-
that you don't have past, as I said, you used to always have great power competition, in which case you would sort of get. But we now have superpowers as well above that. Okay, so your superpowers, that changes the scenario quite heavily. And whilst, yes, strategically, technology comes and goes, but technology is fairly balanced across most nations. So that's why, in terms of great power competition, you could talk about great power sort of scenarios for Britain. Britain, the trouble is when you have the superpowers as part of the complex, that changes things, because the great power was about great power competition was about competitions within themselves, between each other, and there was no one really who could go stop. You've had enough. Britain could do that to an extent as first amongst equals. It could certainly limit capabilities, but yeah, there are limits to that. Britain could mainly do that because whilst it was first amongst equals as a great power, it was first amongst equals for a great power because of its overwhelming naval might. So it could stop people by stopping them being able to move by sea, and that was the ability to say no. It couldn't really stop them on land unless it wanted to get in a war, but it could stop them on sea if it wanted to. And that's where the two power stand, all those things come from. Britain retaining that capability, or doing its best to retain that capability. What I would say now, you're looking at. I'm trying to think of a period of a nation where there was an allegory to a superpower involved. You'd be almost talking about the Italian city-states trying to deal themselves between the Habsburgs Empire on one side and the Ottoman Empire on the other side. But then you still don't have a scenario which roughly equates to Britain, because a city-state does not really equate to a modern country. You could argue, I suppose, Venice, but that's really not going to carry. Florence, maybe, no. It's really no. There's not really a historical. You can look at some of the scenarios and go, this. What we tend to do when we're talking about historical examples for modern scenarios, when we're trying to, is we look at a scenario specific. We're not trying to match a whole nation to a whole other scenario, because those things don't tend to fit. History rhymes; it doesn't repeat. Roman Empire, definitely not. But yeah, people always like to talk about the Roman Empire. They like to talk about. People come up with all sorts of reasons why the Roman Empire fell. Here's the good reason why the Roman Empire fell. A, their entire economy was based around expanding, and B, they stopped paying their armed forces. When you stop funding the infrastructure for your navy, you stop funding the infrastructure for your armed forces, because you can't afford to, because your economy is structured around offensive action, and you haven't done enough investment in your internal infrastructure to grow the economy anymore. That's when you have problems. It is conservative to invest in stuff, because it's how you protect things. Alex K, in your opinion, would the invention of silicon semiconductor in the 1920s change the outcome of naval development? It could. That is such a massive change. That's basically going to make a lot of. That's going to change the whole development of radar, electronics, all sorts of things.
Yeah. It's like the question that we sometimes get on Rambling, which is, what if a shield is invented that does X, Y, Z, consumes X amount of power, and is invented at this point, and we go, you've added a butterfly so incredibly large that you've fundamentally changed the entire course of human history.
I mean, essentially, there's two options. Either it completely flips the table, Monopoly style, or it takes another 20, 30 years for technology to progress to the point where you have even basic or machine code written and understood as a field of study.
You've got something turning up 48 years early.
Yeah, because the problem is you don't in the was it 20s is the question? Yeah, 20s. Like at least when you get to the point of Christopher and Bletchley Park and all the other parallel developments that were going on there, you were getting relay logic, normally open, normally closed. You had this all starting to be developed, and you had a basis to go on when the hardwired code that is both Enigma and the Bletchley Park decrypting software exist. You don't have that in the 20s. And even then, it still took, another 20 years from Bletchley Park to actually get what we would understand today as computer code.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot of knock-on effects. And it's going to take you a while to... You have the tool, but you don't have the tools to make the tools, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of foundational technology needed to develop from that.
And you also, you don't have a lot of the sensor technology in the 20s that really benefits from having microelectronics versus solid state electronics, relay logic, relay electronics. So yeah, it cool, but what are you gonna do with it?
Yeah. Who has better coal, Wales or Alberta?
And I also put in Appalachia.
Appalachia's not even in this. They have semi-bituminous and bituminous coal. It's nowhere close to anthracite. As for Alberta, I have no idea what the quality of their coal is, but if it's not anthracite, it's Wales that wins.
Sad banjo noises.
You and the sad banjo. It's the thing of, even if you have the stuff, it's actually working out how to produce the radio. It's actually having the technology to implement that. That's the thing, is you'd be starting from the thing of, we have the component now, what do we do with it? Whereas we have this problem, we have this idea of how to fix it, we need to develop the component to fit it. So you're reversing the development paradigm. It'll be really interesting to see what will happen, but it's very difficult to predict what would happen because it's going to depend on how people approach it.
Yeah, essentially it would be like...
Basically, you've got the solution before you've got the problem. Alex,
essentially, it would be like if I took one of my FDM printers with the filament and I handed it to somebody back in the 1920s. I didn't give them an SD card. I don't give them any filament. I don't give them a computer that can write G code. I don't give them a slicer. I don't give them 3D modeling software. I don't give them CAD software. I just give them the printer and the power cord. Mm-hmm. It's like, great. We have this really, really awesome piece of technology and we can't use it.
Night01, how much of Armstrong's claim of being able to make guns as big as 21 inches was bluster in reality? Oh, if you'd given them money, they'd have done it. Whether the gun would have worked that well or not is entirely to be seen. But they could have done it. There is no doubt they could have built that gun.
We have been joined by Cyclic. I am very concerned.
Oh God, here we go.
Hi, Cyclic.
Don't worry, I haven't lost my sanity yet. I won't discuss what's driving me up the wall on stream, though.
Don't worry. Just remember, this is this one is the little cousin's friendly. Just I just always say that.
This is a
because Fleet sometimes forgets, so I say it to everyone that joins.
Hey! Don't put me. Hey!
Yeah.
Be very careful what you say next, Cyclic.
Don't put me in the same boat as Fleet.
Now listen here, you little porcupine.
Yeah, Cyclic actually has taste in warships.
Okay, so this is a fun question. Can you please can you expand on why Charles Beresford would never have taken over after Fisher? Well, there is his whole issue with Percy Scott and the fact he basically tries to get Percy Scott fired from the Navy and court-martialed because Percy Scott stops his changes his orders, which would have caused ships to bash into each other and stops them sinking. That and a few other scenarios, the fact that Beresford has done that on a fair number of occasions means that whilst Beresford presumes he's going to be the one to succeed Fisher, means he's never going to succeed Fisher because he actually doesn't have the support. And a huge number of the pro-Fisher faction, especially at the beginning of the antagonism, were not pro-Fisher. They were just, we don't want Beresford to get to be First Sea Lord because of how he is. And we have no other candidate we can support other than Fisher.
Yeah. Right. So, now that Cyclic's here,
Oh no.
In order to avoid Cyclic blowing a gasket, I am gonna slightly slide on out.
You have one more question.
Oh,
yeah.
Do I?
Literally, Matthew.
You're not the one who's going to cause me to blow a gasket.
No.
Oh, well, that's nice to know. I thought I was the one who usually wound you up the wall.
No.
No.
The last question is this: Matthew Blarins, which developments in civil aviation could it be the future of carrier aviation, or simply allow more nations to get full spectrum carriers? With developments, what do you guys think?
If I can give my 2 cents, I think the thing that is holding some nations back from full spectrum carriers, especially if we're talking Stovall, to be perfectly blunt, I think it's the ability to operate tankers and AWACS assets from Stovall carriers that aren't helicopters. That's
so you already have the latter. You already have the latter. It's just procuring it. There's some medium altitude, long endurance drones that can handle at least AEW.
The
they
Royal
can
Navy's
replace helicopters in the early warning.
The Royal Navy's already doing it with Vixen program. That's what that's going to do. That's going to replace it. That we've been told Crow's Nest is migrating from the Merlins to Vixen in 2030, if not before.
Yeah, and which is a good thing because it's killing the readiness of the Merlin fleet. There's just not enough Merlin helicopters to do the mission. But so you're going to have a mix of drones being able to fulfill certain support roles. Tanking, probably not. Simply down to the weight of aircraft you need for that. The other big one, and I mean we've already seen it as we're watching carrier programs expand, is F-35 Bravo. It's enabled the Japanese in particular to have a low threshold way to get into what I'm going to call the escort carrier business, because when you look at the mission, that's literally what the mission of those platforms is. And in that regard, their aviation escort designation, because that's what the actual designation is. Yes, I'm aware the official designation of that of those characters comes to destroyer, but when you actually interpret it, it is escort, not destroyer. So I'm putting that one out there right now. It's a pet peeve of mine.
It is
but
fun. It's fun to go through because there are some. Yeah, I have some friends in the Japanese Navy who Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, I should say, who I have fun with on that one. But that's mainly because I enjoy winding them up.
Oh yeah, it's if you're intentionally trying to wind people up, it's one thing. But if you're sitting there making fun of one of the higher end navies on the planet simply because you think it's they call everything a destroyer, if you don't know that, it's more ignorance on your part than you being an amorphous concept here, than making fun of them. Because when you look at what they call it, it's escort. It's aviation escort, which the other term for that is escort carrier. They're touchy about calling it a carrier. Yes, I will grant that. There's reasons for it. But so you've got then the South Korean Navy for a while was interested, and then somebody reminded them that their primary armed force is indeed the Army, and the Army has a lot of money it needs to modernize because they still have M48s rocking around,
Yes.
and World War II era howitzers,
Oh,
and they're sorely lacking in the AA department and mobile AA department, and the Air Force to the north is going to be rapidly modernizing. All the while, their Navy also desperately needs better air defense and ballistic missile defense platforms. So
They have some good ones.
they have some, they just don't have enough.
No, that's what is the Korean Navy's problems more is the quantity rather than the quality of their capabilities.
Yeah.
They have some very good assets, including the Jung the Greats, which are probably they are pretty much their cruisers in terms of their VLS capacity. They really are.
Although the fun thing is when you look at their VLS capacity, it's a little deceptive because
they use multiple
when you
different
look at
VLS
their
types.
Yeah, because and then you look at what they can fire from each VLS, and neither one of them can handle all of their missiles.
Yep.
So it's remarkably convoluted. But I'd say for Stovall, F-35B is a big one. We'll see if somebody else comes out with a Stovall aircraft. That would be for that one. But the one I'm really expecting to take off going forward in the next few decades, screw it, pun intended, is Stobar and what?
Yeah. I was winding up the fleet. Don't worry. Not you.
Is actually Stobar, and that then transitioning into Catabar and more navies.
I don't see Stobar doing that because it is the worst of both worlds.
It is, but it's also one of the easiest to get into.
Yes, but it is the worst of both worlds, so I could see it being an issue.
That's why I had it in that transitioning in those navies into. If you're smart about how you build a ship, you can do it to where you're Stobar until you have a catapult system you can then retrofit in if you've designed the ship right. How many will do that? I don't know. You may see some people just try to go straight for Catabar, particularly as the Chinese start to develop Catabar aircraft.
Who do you reckon is going to move into the carrier game that isn't in it already?
Well, I mean, we've got the Turks. I suspect they definitely will, and then after them, it's sort of a wait and see. But they'd be the next one. I mean, we do have a Stovall carrier conversion right now in the works in Iran. It's for drones entirely, but there's that one as well. And we'll see what the Indians do if they decide they want to go Catabar or not. And then we'll also see what happens with Pakistan as they end up getting more and more into the Chinese sphere and their their flat rivalry with the Indians. But it's going to be interesting in that regard. The Italians, will see what the Turkish carrier causes them to do, because that is likely to be much more of a concrete thing by the time they're looking at replacing Cavour. So we will see what they do then. they'd be the ones I'd expect to transition from Stovall to Catabar.
I don't think the Italians will necessarily, because it's like in the UK, the reason for choosing Stovall is to an extent a political one. There's also the fact that if they go with Stovall, then they can operate the same aircraft off the Trieste as they can from the carrier, and that interoperability is important for them.
Yes, I would agree. However, I would, by that point, Trieste isn't that far either from her replacement program becoming a thing too. So there's that, and they could also at that point decide, hey, we've got this Turkish carrier sitting here. It's in the 60 to 70,000 ton range.
I'd say it is, because you said the Cavour is launched in 2004, and the Trieste's just come into service, just been launched and come into service sort of recently, sort of 20 years later. So they're operating them almost at half points.
Yes.
So I'd say no. The Cavour's going to be about halfway through Trieste's life. Probably Cavour's going to be replaced.
Which, if you're doing your shipbuilding programs right, you're probably eyeing your requirements.
Yeah.
And that is something the Italians tend to do pretty well. They'd be eyeing the requirements for a Trieste replacement. But the other thing they could potentially eye is, we're not going to go ahead and get this really heavy carrier, even if it is a Catabar thing. They're probably not going to aim for a 60 to 70,000 tonner. They don't really have the facilities for that. They could decide, hey, let's get 2 smaller Catabar carriers.
I don't think they'll do. I wouldn't be surprised if they because the Trieste.
And you're right, they could. That's the safe bet.
I think they could go for something slightly bigger than the Trieste. So I think what they do is they've shown a policy of gradual expansion of their ships. So the Trieste is bigger than the Cavour, and I wouldn't be surprised the next carrier is bigger than the Trieste.
Yeah, you're right. They could go for 45-ish thousand tonner Stovall, if I'm remembering the tonnages correctly. 45 to 50,000 ton Stovall carrier, or 2 of them actually.
She's 38,000 tons. So, and if you consider the Cavour is 27,000 tons, 30,000 tons fully loaded. Basically, the Trieste has got about 11,000 tons on the Cavour. She's a big increase. So you could be talking something about 50,000 tons for a carrier, which could be a limited in terms of Catabar carrier, or could be quite a flexible Stovall carrier, depending on how they want to go.
It depends on what you're trying to get out of it.
Yeah.
If you're trying to get the enablers, then the Catabar weighs out that way. If you're just looking at the fixed wing aircraft, and you're okay with F-35B's capabilities, compared to an F-35C or something following on, then if you want that larger strike radius, or the more likely the expanded payload, 35 Charlie and 35 Alpha, but 35 Charlie can carry a larger weapon inside its bays.
Yeah.
And the Italian Air Force isn't very happy about having to maintain a F-35B squadron. They'd prefer to have all A's.
Mm-hmm.
They would prefer to have all A's, but the thing is, they're not going to have that.
The reality is,
yeah. And the thing is, again, the problem for the, how do I put this politely, for the Navy, for them is, if they are pursuing anything more than that, are they pursuing something which is outside of Mediterranean operations? And this is why I think they might keep to
They're
Stoffel.
very interested in doing that.
They're very interested in it. Their politicians aren't interested in doing that. Selling that to the politicians is going to be the difficult one.
They have been in and around the Indian Ocean.
Not when it comes to funding it. They're interested in doing it, but not funding it. And that's the trouble. and it also depends on which political group's in charge at one time. And usually the Italian Navy picks what it does, so it'll get through with no matter who's in charge because of the way their political system runs, rather than the ones who might be in the charge of the government, but are they able to provide enough support in Parliament to get it through? They have to chart a very interesting political scenario. But yeah, the Italians will do their best. The Italians will do something interesting as well. That's a guaranteed thing for it. People are asking what's the problem with what's the thing with Stobar? Basically, Stobar is short takeoff, barrier assisted recovery. It's very good for getting heavy fighters in the air for air defense, which is why the Soviets go for it. But it does have the problem in that your aircraft needs to be light enough in terms of its loadout to take off under short takeoff requirements and limitations, often with a ski ramp. But it also has to be heavy enough built that it can withstand a barrier-assisted recovery when it crashes into the ship to be recovered.
Yeah, land like a Catabar aircraft.
Yeah, which is why I say it's the worst of both worlds, because you're limited in that you have to both build an aircraft which is durable enough to deal with a Catabar landing, and yet light enough to deal with a short takeoff landing. It's a nightmare of threading the needle, which the Soviets and the Russians will tell you, because they've been trying to develop generations of aircraft to do it. And look at the compromises they've had to put into those aircraft for that to work. It's
have fun with that one, folks.
It's just not good. But
yeah, essentially what you wind up doing is you wind up cutting range and or weapons fit.
And yeah, you also have the issues that you have to design the aircraft to take the pressures of the whole thing has to be. You have to design the thing so it's high enough that it can go up the ski ramp without damaging anything. So you have to make sure it's high, but you also have to make sure everything's solid enough that it can deal with the landing on. Yeah, it's just. It's a really fun system.
You basically have to design an aircraft for like a U.S. Navy style aircraft carrier, but you get none of the advantages.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And U.S.
You don't
Navy
get
style
you don't get the heavy takeoff load that you can do off of a catapult. You don't, which means it's almost impossible to buddy tank. You're not taking off with. Unless you have like really good engines, you're not taking off with a meaningful strike payload.
The whole thing about why Stovall does have some advantages, and the British would tell you this, is that's one of the reasons why actually it worked for them in the Falklands, and it worked for them it was an interesting play in the whole Norway resupply scenario, is because if you are loaded up with your Harrier fighters and they're loaded up with their air defense. You can launch your air group very, very quickly because you don't have to.
Yeah, as long as you have the deck park.
As long as you have them on the deck park, they're ready to go. You can go and just go dun 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 off, which is one of the reasons why the Queen Elizabeths have been designed to support such a large deck park. It's because they can do that. They can literally stream aircraft into the air. If I were to compare some heavy aircraft carrying cruisers to aviation battleships, would I be at least partially correct? You'd not be on a hiding to nothing, but you would not. It's not. You're in. What I would say.
You're in the right idea, wrong in the details.
You're in the right. You're in the right sport, wrong league.
That's a good way of saying it.
Right sport, wrong league. Basically, it's that's the scenario you do. Probably rugby is the sport, but yeah, league versus union. Anyway, I think that was the last question.
Yes, it was.
And we've been
live. We got finished before midnight.
We've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. So thank you everyone for joining. I hope you've enjoyed. Thank you everyone who's super chats and super thanks. Thank you everyone for your support. Thank you for Dan, who's not with us but who joined us. Thank you to Fleet for being here. Runon for doing all of the work she does to support the channel, and thank you special guest Cyclic for arriving. Thank you
for that excellent question where he was actually very useful, but then he's always useful.
Yeah, he's always useful. All right. Thank you. And I should warn you all, there is a standing thing to all the shipshape crew, etc., to join if ever they want to. And I do know at least one person keeps beeping me going, I'm going to try and be there. So, there could always be random special guests turning up. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you for taking part. Hope you all enjoyed, and thank you both Twitch and to YouTube. We've had roughly double digits of viewers for Twitch the whole time. We've peaked at 90 viewers on YouTube. We peaked at 20 on Twitch. We've averaged about 8 to 12. And we've averaged about 70 viewers on YouTube. So thank you everyone who's been watching. Hope you all enjoyed. And take care. Toodles.
Goodbye.